Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. Hello to Kelsa and to, I gotta scroll up, Diesel Shot. Hello and welcome. We are back today with more Disco Elysium. For those of you who are not familiar with the game, just a heads up that I have to put a massive content warning on every single episode of this, because it is a very heavy game. There is a content command that you can use to look at all of the content warnings that I've put on this game, and basically all of them. Every single one that you can think of, just slap it right on here. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Keep yourself safe. If you need to leave for whatever reason, it's all good. That's the more important thing.
5 months.
Peaches, thank you so much for the 5 months. Hello and welcome. Yeah, I think that's all of the content. Actually, I should probably put another one in there. I've added a bunch to, I put content warning on the description of the VODs as well, just so people know, since they can't use the command. And I've added a couple of things. But yeah, lots of stuff. Hey, Colin! Welcome. Also, I'm trying to figure out why the heck the font in my chat bot looks so weird. I might just have to use regular Twitch chat today. So I will just scroll up a bit so I have more Twitch chat. All right. How you doing, Kulin? You're okay. Glad to hear it. Fixed everything for my next weekend of streams. Kind of excited to make a regular thing. That's awesome. What needed fixed? Because when I popped over, everything seemed fine. Promise not to voice so many pirates in a single game again. You have to, though. Hey, Divine. Oh, that's right. We were looking for Ruby. All right. All right, so we have to double check for bullet traces across the canal. And have you fully explored the whirling? I think so. Analyze the site of the murder? I think so. Truly and thoroughly interrogated Klasia. Kind of. I have a couple of checks on her that I can't redo at the moment, because I know she's still hiding something because of our drama. Well, let's see what I need to do.
It's you again. What is it?
Nice to know I sort of got things to work, though. I appreciate your feedback. Like I said, it seemed fine to me. Okay. He acknowledges you gruffly. Okay, I talked to Klaasje. Now I need to talk to Ruby. Why? He leans back and regards you with curiosity. I'm gonna level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Lely's killer. Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit. And fuck you too, moral bleep. He throws a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lips. The big guy sighs. You know, a bunch of stuff that I don't currently. I've learned a whole lot. Watching videos about interesting conversation techniques called street epistemology. Oh, what's that? Hey, Outro. Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys. That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. He crosses his arms. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now? Oh, cool. I get to use my logic. That's one of my best skills. Come on, logic. I think we'll keep sticking around like this. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking. Double ones? Nothing is happening. The pieces are there, but they remain unconnected. No, we can do this. Squint your eyes. Sorry, you're not coming up with anything. Again, the pieces are there. She could have done it somehow. Something else. Walla walla bing bang. It's just not coming together. Why am I such an idiot? No one knows. Squint your eyes harder. Oh, I better heal my morale. Still nothing. But that's okay. It doesn't have to turn some kind of meltdown. You're just a cop taking your time to present a theory. Why does Puzzle Face get to not melt down? You and I melted down like crazy, remember? Right. Puzzle Face shouldn't be the cool guy when he fails. I was supposed to be that. Shush. I'm just more level-headed than you. That's my thing. Let's look at this as a learning experience. What are the components you need to implicate Ruby? No. He needs to say 500 leers and I can't remember the first time. I just want to hear the components of the theory. People discuss, claim the other side subscribes to, and then explore the reasons and logic they have. Oh. Smart move. The components are access to the roof, weapon, and motive. Here's what you can do to make it easier. Come on, guys. Wow, you've just been very thorough. There's nothing else to add. Just crack that Klaasje defenses. Maybe she'll tell you something helpful? Say 500 leers and I can't remember the first line! No, nothing good will come of it. He did the right thing not saying that the last time. Just do what the nice, helpful guy said and don't do the bad things. It's that simple. The lieutenant puts his hand on your shoulder. Unless we have more business, we should... He looks to the door. I'm gonna take off now. Alright. So... I don't want to have to put more points into logic, because logic 5 is, like, real good. I have volition legendary, but that's really unlikely to succeed. And then drama legendary. Neither one is very high. I mean, drama kind of is. Hold on. Was this an impossible check?
You again. What is it?
I could put points into drama and see if I can catch her in a lie. Volition's very unlikely to succeed. I don't have a lot of points to spend. I think I'm gonna put a point into drama. They're both at 5. Maybe I should just put a point into logic then. I'm just gonna put a point into logic. If I put in a point in drama and I fail, I can still put a point into logic, and then I won't have to put 2 points into logic. Let's put a point into drama. I don't want to have logic 6, though. That seems excessive. I can't believe I rolled double ones. That was so unlikely. You got your phone verified. Good. Glad to hear that, Red Skull. Welcome back. Intimidate bystanders with superior logic. Let me make sure I don't have anything affecting my drama in a bad way. Do I have anything to increase my drama? This mesh top. Lovely. Beautiful. Okay. Drama +1. Let's do it.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Ah, that's very unlikely to succeed. I say very unlikely, but it's even odds. And it's skewed slightly towards succeeding, but let's give it a try. Come on. Oh, we did it. Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Turn to the Lieutenant. Kim, why have we not arrested her yet? There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention. A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. Your real name isn't Claudia Mondo. I agree. The lieutenant turns to her. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you. What a drama queen. Well, it is drama. Okay. Her voice cracks suddenly like there's a garrote around her neck. Okay, what? Okay. It's not. Good, you can tell me the truth. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name, so I lied. Like I lied before, like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. She looks at her hands, her fingernails a chipped white. I'm so tired of it. Tell me your real name. It's Katarzyne Alakzye, or Zye. I guess, Claudia. Yeah, Alakzye. The smile on her face is timid, almost painfully so. Hey, thanks for following. It's a Grod name. Zemesk or Yugograd in origin, not Occidental at all. She smells of motor oil, taiga, economic desolation, and rock music-infused alcoholism. You'd only butcher even worse difficult names. Hold on. It's not an Orionese name, is it? It's not even Mundi, it's Grod. My parents were Zemsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized. Oranies. All I remember is Orania. She's silent. Alexi is my father's name. Finally we meet, Katarzyne. Alasia. You earn points really quickly, Red Skulls, and I'm actually probably going to increase it because literally last stream I did nothing but sketches and I can't do that like every stream. She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof. Enough. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next. You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station. I did. She takes a step forward. What is this? I called your desk, or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-102 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed. That is the emergency's desk number. Anyone could know that, sire. By looking around and calling the desk? I don't believe a single word she says. What time did you make the call? Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12. The lieutenant nods in your direction. It checks out. Anyone could know the number. And that someone coughed, it means nothing. But I know the time of the call, too. She breathes in. I know I have not been 100% truthful with you, officers, but I am now. How does knowing her real name help us, though? And what if I don't know if I need to push that. Let's change the subject for the time being. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. Hey, Cargill, thanks for raiding. Hello and welcome. You are. This is not the end of this. The Invulnerable Tide, hello, welcome. Let's see. Yeah, all I can do is threaten her to arrest her, and I don't think that helps us. Alright, I'm gonna leave her for now. Islanders Caper, hello and welcome. Stream's going pretty well. We've only just started. I failed my first check with double ones, which makes me sad. And I think I have to go back and put points into it and try again. And I really hope I don't fail because I only have the 1 point. I thought maybe if we caught Klasia or Katarzyne in a lie, that we could maybe retry the check without having to put a point in it. But all we did was learn her name.
It's you again. What is it?
Alright, we're gonna have to put a point into logic. And hopefully that will be enough. Come on! Okay. A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by an eerie blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion all channeled into a single thought. Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him? We'll see you later, Red Skull. Hey, Gummy Bread! So that's what you were squinting at. He looks at you. You were trying to come up with a theory, weren't you? That she did it. Yeah, he was cobbling together shit so he could put her away at RCM 101. Well, let old Titus set your mind at ease then. She didn't do it. She was here all night. The lieutenant opens his notes. Sunday night, 11:30 to 12:15, she was here all the time? Yeah, with us, drinking. Near the stage there, he points to the karaoke stage. She didn't go to the toilet? No. That's a lie. In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time? Alright, she took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. He points at the intersection. She's a busy girl, always has been. This complex operation is probably something illegal. Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. He taps on his temple. I've been through this. It's not plausible. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. That was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof. You do agree that the shot came from the roof, right? Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings, not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast? But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots to know. He shakes his head. I don't think it was a sniper, it was close up. There's a 72% chance that the bullet came from the roof. 72%? He picks up his beer. There's a percentage and all? Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab? We did do it, yay! She couldn't have done a murder. She would have needed to power walk up there. Definitely lie. The truth is not credible. Yes, we have a ballistics lab in Couronne we can consult in cases like these. Wouldn't hurt to have one of those in Martinez, he nods. Still, all the labs in the world don't put her on that roof. How'd she get there? Climb? Have you noticed the winch out back on the outer wall of the whirling? I've seen the winch. I'm not blind, he nods. You saying she reeled herself up by her collar like some kind of... He can't come up with an analogy. Kitten. Let's go with that. Point is, just a rusty winch. It doesn't put her on the roof. Oh, right. Then we need this secret route. There's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof. How? He looks sincerely curious. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop. People say there was a pinball arcade here sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo? East Delta Pinball Arcade. The old man coughs. Weird place. Went bankrupt. Okay, but... The man looks around. How'd she get up? There's no room for a staircase in the building, or an elevator for that matter. The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbway there. Used for moving pinball machines up and down the workshop. From there, a door leads straight out to the roof. You can just step outside. Ruby could have gone up, shot them, come down, all under 7 minutes. That's quite the theory. He turns to Eugene. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys. I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there. It's a dumb way and not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of... Shush now. He turns to you. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? Guess what? Remember that key I found here? Point at the window. I don't like guessing, cop. No one does. It opens the steel door in the kitchen. The one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key? He looks at the hawthorn bush outside the window. Was right here with you. All the time. You didn't find it, but Ruby did. That's how she got up there. Quit jumping to conclusions. Theo, he turns to the old man. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there? The ribbon was old, faded. It's been there for 20 years at least. She could have just put it back there once she was done. Why? He shakes his head. This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it. It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it. I also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop. Footprints. He takes a sip of his beer. Recent? The tracks are recent, but not worn down in the right foot like Ruby's. Best to omit that pesky little polemic for now. Too confusing. Recent. About a week or two. That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a look through those prints myself before I believe that cop. He thinks for a moment, nods, and says, good news is I'm still listening. Have we firmly established Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot? Firmly? He shakes his head. Firmly doesn't go well with what could have. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route, he forms a gun with his hand, does not put a bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one. Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt in the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, then maybe keep it to yourself. I have analyzed the bullet that killed him. It was jacketed. So? The man shrugs and looks at you. So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle, military grade. He turns to you. Not even you militia monkeys have those. Doesn't wait for a response. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did Ruby get it? Just because it's rare doesn't mean you can't get it. Cop. That's exactly what it means. That wasn't strong. But I did that to lead into this. Come on. There are weapons like this just lying around in Martinez. That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. He takes the gun, inspects it, and hands it back to you. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it? There's a cellar underneath the bookshop. It was hidden there with others just like it. 20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still. There are too many, and there must be other caches too. God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good. He nods to it. It's a goddamn breech loader too. Find one that works and you got a military grade weapon that shoots jacketed ammunition. He shakes his head. See? I was set up logic. I know what I'm doing. He sees it. This is coming together. He must. Time to really close the deal. Show him the bullet. Oh, they wanted me to do the... Fine. Get your dancing shoes on. Hey, you drummer boy. They wanted me to do it in the reverse order of how I wanted to do it. Fine, we'll do it your way, visual calculus. Hold out the bullet. This is the bullet that did it. 4.46 millimeter. The Belle McGrave uses the same caliber. The blonde man looks at the mushroom deathbringer in the evidence bag and says, yeah, the bitch is jacketed, all right. 4 millimeters, too. Whoa. Oh, goddamn. His eyes follow the evidence bag back to your pocket. It's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Too close to her. Too damn close. He squints. You have been thorough. I'll give you that. I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her. All right. He nods. Keep talking. I'm getting a bit curious about some things myself. Gee, we're not seriously considering it, are we? He almost gets up from his seat. Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this? Phase 3. Motive. The last component. It's not why did she kill him. It's why did she organize the cover-up? And I suppose you have a theory on that? Fred is stare now. She could have been covering up for herself, Titus. Think about it. Why go through all that effort? If it was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging? You went along, but she suggested it. The little man squints, eyes beady. She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs. Really, Shanks. Glacier wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd been first. Time for a logics demonstration. Titus, let's assume you killed him. You're on thin ice here, asshole. He points at you. It is a thought exercise, Titus, he explains. Think. You kill him, get up there, you shoot him, you get down. Would you prefer to go on tribal with your men as part of a lynch mob or alone for cold-blooded murder? Alone. I don't drag my men into shit with me. If she used us, then that's a serious violation of the RD code, boss. But she didn't. She would never do that. The blonde man looks around. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus. Have a good night, Divine. Thanks for hanging out. Glenn. Titus looks grim. I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit. Ooh. So he didn't rule her out completely and she skipped town. This is good. Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her. Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod and a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only opinion he cares for. Yeah, I see it. He puts his beer down. There's one more thing I've been wondering about ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions if you want. I don't know. He smiles a peculiar smile. I don't know where she went. She just up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where, however hard I asked. Want to know why? Why? She was afraid I would tell you. He looks you straight in the eye. Maybe she was right. By now I probably would. She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory. Perhaps. Oh, good. We got a skill point, because we spent one to get it, so that's fine. Perhaps. He looks out the window again. Ask her if you find her. Won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. When did she leave? Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. Give any clues on where Ruby went? She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot. Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her. Yeah, Al. He gives a sharp look, and we won't either. She's not really a... The man stares into his beer. Hardy candidate anymore, is she? She's not, Glenn. What was she scared of? I told you. You. Me personally? Yeah. You. The cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. This has got to be Apocalypse Cop. No idea why she'd be scared. I'm just a normal cop with regular thoughts in my head. Let's lean into Superstar Cop. She probably knew me from my singing days. Yeah, that's real funny. She wasn't laughing, though. He looks at you. You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply, but he measures you up. Now I'm not so sure. Sniffing her own supply. Yeah, she's definitely involved in drugs. What else did Ruby tell you about me? She said you have a funny taste in clothes. He scoffs. That you won't stop. Won't stop. Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock. You're a human can opener. That's why people were saying can opener last time. Hey, Atomica. That you play suspects against each other. Open them up like cans. Fucking hell. The tattooed man shakes his head. Titus, did he just... Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. He nods. Now we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you? It's not an actual question. Hey, Koilu! Silence. He nods. Is that true, Kim? Am I a can opener? You are insistent? He nods. Anything else? Anything. Yeah, or something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop. He but she was too scared. Have you looked for her? A little, on the coast. Where have you looked for her, more precisely? More precisely? On the coast! Past the waterlock, he nods southwest. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there. Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking? Sure. There's some shit houses there. A cinderblock town. The fisher folk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up. We will start there. The lieutenant takes a quick note. One more question. What does Ruby look like? Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a lorryman. Well, it's not much, but it'll have to do. It'll have to. He puts his hand out. Shake it! His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM sergeant material. Just think it. No, he's already a sergeant. That's what you're feeling. He just wasn't sure what you are. Alright. We can finally leave this hostel. He hates the RCM so much that I'm glad we didn't say it. All around you, rain falls in the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. What am I doing? Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hair. What do I see? Gray skies like battleships. Clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. How does it feel? Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you. What is in the west? Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinez with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet. Beyond the bay of Revachol, ghosts rise into the sea. Who are you, ghosts? The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district, faint golden light seeps from their office windows. Will you ever go there? Will I? No. You are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day. What is down the shore? Urban coastline, rain dripping off eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water, and beyond that, cool city, end of all lines. Run your fingers through your dampened hair. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. So what's in the east? The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide. Shake your shoulders again. You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza snow. 2 green snakeskin shows stand attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza. What is in the north? Capeside apartments, tower blocks, crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets are still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The news at noon. And closer to here? A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. The lingering odor of decomposition mixes with that of damp soil. What is in the south? A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He is too cold. The canal bridge has been raised. And what's on the other side? The road ascends, a raised motorway, loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops. Woodwork and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snow melts in Jamrock. Why am I not there? To be a Martinez, where no one goes. At the runoff point of the long-forgotten canal in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed. What am I doing here? Standing in the rain, looking north where Jamrock City stretches inland. Shudder and look further. In the rain-swept distance above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands, perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink. What's above? Coalition aerostatic hangs in apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears. What's below? Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater, hidden weapon caches from the revolution, doors leading down to Le Royaume, the catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead. Motherfucker. This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we'll press for it. Let's keep moving. Alright, let's cross that waterlock. The radio relay hums with electricity. Ooh. Oh, we can finally follow the tracks as well. I almost forgot about them. Uh-oh. A breaker box to power the radio pylon above you. Maybe there's something inside? Decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now. Creaking ahead, a broken axle grinding. A bottle, drained of all of its booze, is frozen in the ice. This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes and empty bottles are all evidence of it. Hold up, don't you mean scene of the crime? Not as such. I'm talking about what came after, the party scene. I mean, yeah, it does sure look like a lot of folks partied here. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain. Hey Kim, looks like we had a couple of partygoers here. Looks like it. This was some kind of theater to them, a circus production by a great clown. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and nods. Hey, let's keep moving, detective. Somehow he doesn't want to dwell on it. A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the insular Indian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there in the icy water. The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading. So this is where the tracks lead us to. It appears to be so. The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage. Let's investigate. I agree, the lieutenant replies. His eyes never leave the sunken vehicle. We should definitely investigate. I get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Run your hand over the cold metal. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched. What's the make of this motor carriage? Can I see a logo? The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by. How long has it been here? The ice hasn't closed around this vehicle yet. He leans forward to peek into the cold water. My guess is it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening. Well. Looks like Jacob Iru's journey came to an abrupt end here. Your mocking tone finds no response but the motion of the waves. Enough gloating. This is serious. That's not what I meant. Yes. Great. The lieutenant seems to be inspecting you more closely than the motor carriage. Alright, what do we do? Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket, a joyrider jacket. A joyrider jacket? You feel a strange connection to this joyrider. Maybe he's from some kind of joyrider's district and likes blue and white racing livery like a cop would. How long will it take for the low tide to come in? I don't know, an hour or two tops. Alright, well, that's all we can do now, so let's sit on the swing and wait for the tide to proceed. As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Ooh, we could probably whistle a tune. That's nice. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. Whistle a tune! The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and a sunken car. The wind blows. In the distance behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looked like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion. Oh, God. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches? Well, the lieutenant rubs his chin. Historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments. Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? There are no therapeutic benefits to... Well, napalm ants, for example, are used in some rites of passage rituals. Clouds on the horizon grow darker and the shadow of the swing keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass. Do you think I'll ever find my gun? The lieutenant's expression suddenly turns very serious. God, I hope so. I've been thinking, if I put enough time into eating right and exercising, then I could turn myself into a living weapon. Then I wouldn't even need a gun. Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass. Squint your eyes and say, is that a number on the side? Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? It's as if he knows what it stands for, but he wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Does he know something about the speed racer? Oh no. Oh no. No. I'm sorry, Harry. So sorry. It's precinct 41. It's our car. Oh no. Why are we the worst cop? 41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens in your stomach. And the most terrible feeling overcomes you. What have you done? I crashed my car. No, just nope. Say no to this, Harry. No, 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 nope, nope, nope. Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it so we can start dealing with this. No, I mean, nope, it's a coincidence, nope. Does he know something about the speed racer? Why, yes, it's a demon on wheels. The lieutenant just shakes his head. Oh my god, it's mine! I drove my car into the sea! I'm afraid, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle into the sea right here. I can fix it! That is very unlikely, the lieutenant replies with a sigh. As the electrics are toast, as it goes for the electromagnetic steering, and the brake system as well. You'll be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. He shakes his head. In a few months, there'll be nothing but rust left on this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than to refurbish this. If your gun is in your car. No, we sold it, though. Oh, no. People are going to be angry at me, aren't they? In Precinct 41, they're going to be so mad. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. He's avoiding your gaze now. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema. This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone? Of whom? The lieutenant looks skeptical. I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk. Probably? Try definitely. Well, at least I can see what's in there now. Task complete. Find the traffic hooligan. It was us all along. The real traffic hooligan was the friends we made along the way. It's only been there like 2 weeks. It's fine. Just put it in some rice. Yes, let's go take a look. Go to your inventory and interact with the item by clicking Interact tab and then Interact. Why would it tell us to do that? Oh my goodness. I can't believe we crashed in there. The ice just off the coast crackles, shifting. Oh hey, we found our badge! And our coat. Well, that's not the worst. All those bottles you thought were party people were also yours, probably, yep. Oh, we're just the worst. There's a boat tucked away underneath the tarpaulin cover. Great news! This boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath in a supine position. Wait, what would I be doing under there? I don't know, sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is merely a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want. Great news! I found somewhere new to sleep! Huh? I can pretty much finish the case from under that boat there. It's dry, weatherproof, and free of charge. Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment, officer. I understand the situation looks grim, but we must continue with our investigation. You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return. Postcard. A cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. Ooh, a dramatic bow tie. Nice. You see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room. That's kind of weird. It almost makes this look like a weird interrogation room. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and a forgotten chair. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrums filth from fabric. Cinder blocks charred. It makes a fire pit with magazines for lighting. The bushes are too thick and thorny to pass through. Oh, I was trying to pass through the bushes, but I guess I can't. Ooh, a new pair of pants. Kingdom of Conscience, whatever that means. You see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. White curtains have been drawn shut, no looking in. A wedding stone, well worn and covered in rust. Okay, what do I need for that? Pry bar? Let me go this way first. Underside of the boat has been recently tarred. The planks creak beneath your weight. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp.
I'll just keep the cordially in the channel if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Oh, what is Joyce doing here? She winds the mooring line around a post.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course, jetty. I prefer a good jetty to appear any day. Jetty.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing. Jetty.
Oh, jetty.
She responds mournfully.
It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
She secures the mooring line.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now. So I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That, and she's also keeping an eye on you. So, how do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts a gaze towards the village. Slush melting on the cinder blocks, construction work left half finished 10 years ago. Water drips down the eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Oh no! She's seen her shame! She squints her eyes.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull gray metal rests in her scabbard, a sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Alright, politics time. Let's react. Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head. Honestly, this place is probably doomed either way. Maybe. She leans against the railing, looking up at the gray sky. Above you, there forms a quilt of alto cumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. You never heard Kim's voice and were like, whoa, a sage in a deep voice. I can't go that low. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly. Have I told you how they discovered this place? The wind picks up. Her raincoat flaps in the gust. This is Sola? Yes, Insulind. No, you haven't told me how they found it. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in oblivion of poverty. 45% is around where I operate, but things are getting better, though. I knew you would sympathize, she nods. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means, our home, this island of matter, or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day, she corrects the scarf around her neck. For now, how can I assist you in this new location? Tell me now, we have time. Do we? He glances to his watch. Doesn't look like he does. I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. This story she will tell it only before she leaves Martinez at the very end of her stay. Maybe there's something else I can assist you with while you're in hot pursuit. I found my badge, by the way. By love, you did! She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning it from left to right. She's memorizing your badge number. She hands it back to you. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant Double Yeffreator Dubois. Wait, what? I'm glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. Seaweed drips from the badge in your hand. It smells of fish. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Yeffreator? However you pronounce that. How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge? The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I've informed my employer that there will be a probe. Why? I cannot rescind that promise, she smiles apologetically. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I'll tell you everything I know after you finish with him. What? This is your plan all along. I never agreed to this. She shakes her head vigorously. My plan is to share information. I only wish to do that now by telling my employees you've kept your end. Which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters. Meaning the information she has will raise the stakes in this game. The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. She takes a sip of tea. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile? Tea, perhaps? Let's talk about the lynching, because you didn't tell me anything about a probe. What the heck? Of course. Her back straightens. Anything to help. I've already heard about the connection between the lynching and the strike, but I need your testimony. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. Do you need a security detail? Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering. Who are they, exactly? Krenel, an Orangese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment. So they basically have PTSD. So, what happened? The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. What then? Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss the matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Krenel contractors carry out their orders for now. For now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow. Uh-oh. What is the nature of this so-called investigation? Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. I have to say, this is not disco. It is very far from disco. A wave crashes against the side of her boat. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, she leans against the wooden planks, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This, in turn, will force the Union to respond. They would have to project strength and power. The Debardels have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1. Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? She leans back. It's not pretty. The Surrey's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. The armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. She is silent for a moment, then concludes. As I said, a bloodbath. This is a pretty bleak scenario you're describing. Many bleak scenarios have already come true. She looks at you, eyes damp from the wind. Lieutenant W. Fritter Dubois. Oh, so she did... Weird. She was like demanding that we do some sort of probe, but we didn't have to do that? I'm confused. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse the situation. Where are the remaining 2 mercs now? They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. She raises a cautionary finger. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes, ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting. Vigilantes? You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol. Vigilantes? The RCM gets its authority. Oh, we just got an achievement, the world's most laughable centrist. The RCM gets its authority from the coalition. Where does theirs come from? Somehow I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down. We still need to know where they are. Ooh. There's someone you haven't met. So -1, but we could still probably get that. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved. Logic. Where are these mercenaries? Sent by the Pines. So I guess it's +1 because we know that they're sent by the Pines. But -1 because there's someone we haven't met who would give us more information about this. Dios mío, a centrist, I know. There we go. One must be at the harbor gates causing trouble. Directing straight breakers, perhaps? You can hear the sounds of the ruckus coming from there all the time. I'm thinking the company put one leading strike breakers at the gates. What do you think? That may be so. She is poised and unperturbed. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest. For all your talk of averting the catastrophe, the situation at the gates is a powder keg. Does this not bother you? Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant, but my hands are tied. How would my employer react if I appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union? Your concern may be appearances, ours is keeping the peace. I had another question for you. She said that she didn't know his name. How much time do we have? I'm going to ask that and then we can talk to her about stuff later because we're trying to find Ruby. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. Depends on their progress identifying members of the lynch mob and their impatience. They don't report the progress to you? Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative. There's a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay. It's a matter of days, not weeks. That's enough for now. I'm sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. Is there anything else I can help you with? Please ask. Now can you... I don't know if I need to know about the tattoos, but I guess... sure. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before. She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo. Holds it in her hand. For about half a minute, in silence... It was taken with a trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no markings on his hands or legs. Stay quiet and observe the woman's expression. Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. What do you think? Sorry. Oops, wrong accent. Sorry, she breaks her concentration. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between the points, the stars. She points on the photo paper. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, or anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Port cities. On the oceans. This is an Orangese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the DeLorean century as early as 300 years ago. The sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. What travels did the dead man make? Quite a few. Redefort, the Orangese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. She points to it on the photo. He started somewhere near here, I think. Oh, what next? Then he made his way to Preto Grande, through what I think must be Stadskanal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Preto he sailed to the Atlantic Ocean, first the Seminoles Islands, then this. She points to his heart. What is that? Revachol, she says. These are the two constants, Redefort on the shoulder and Revachol in the heart. They started as the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of the Insuland, and at the dawn of the intersolary age. The old world passing by and the new world already here. You said you can't read it. I can't. This man was no sailor, and there are no ports. I can understand geographical fragments, but not their meaning. In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one... Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter. This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history. That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into in the Occident, mercenary tattoos. For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas. Who could tell me more? His platoon members, the other contractors, though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade. I may need the information. Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you. We will be careful, Mum. Alright, well, that's all for the tattoos. Thanks for your help. Bye. This boat is floating freely in the water, unmoored. What are these doing in the fish?
Aye, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay. Considering an overturned boat, a sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
Oh no, I'm not going to be able to do that accent at all. That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
She looks around. Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
The wind rattles her earrings. I have questions. First is, what is your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker.
She
I
gestures.
think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Thanks. She gestures towards the fishnets. Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about her cool sword to help break the ice. Nice sword. Point at the scabbard on her hip. Does it come with a story? Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of story. She smiles at her own joke. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. It is imposing. It's a regular mass-produced sword. Like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation. Why do you need intimidation tactics? From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men, and believe me, she adds, tittering, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. So, where are all the men now? Some went to patch their wounds, their lessons learned. Others were more thick-headed. She looks down, and one of them I ended up marrying. Where's your husband now? Gone. The harbor seawall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Revachol. Some inanimate, some just no longer alive. You shudder. Gone where? To the waves. Her eyes stop in yours. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. Oh. Say no more. Wait for her to continue. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day, the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy. It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning. Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. She crosses her arms. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what looks like rocks. Life didn't really change that much for me or the kids. This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another better drunk. Ask her! Both of you could use some action. I am not gonna get her signature. I can't. She has kids. Where's she gonna go? She's a poor fisherwoman with kids. I can't. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help? Let's see. She tilts her head ever so slightly. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for a suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood. Okay. When did this person stay here? Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday? Oh. She looks slightly disappointed. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Really? Yeah, that's the optimal time. Gotta make most of the calm. Been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle and get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you. A faint smile runs across her face. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Missing cryptozoologist? Ugh. She frowns, thinking, I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? People who look for imaginary animals. Aha! She exclaims, like snowmen. Snowmen? I haven't heard about those. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Where did they go? I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. She points north. Who else are you going to look for besides snowmen? Well, that's it. I think it's all I really care about right now. Oh, wait. Give me those boots! Locked, huh? You can't see into the house at this angle. Inside you can hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering. The woman next to the bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed. You're not sure about the melody, but it might be South Samoan, possibly Sigayan, also known as the apricot suzerainty.
Welcome to the fishing village.
She
Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
She opens her eyes. Lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
A shadow passes over her face.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
We're cops, Hellraiser. Click, click, bang, bang. No. What he said, we're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Which you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe we are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen, but you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
Well, it's starting to snow.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park your motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
She waves her hand. Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast? Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about? This is my little cinder block town, she nods with a wrinkled smile. I know what goes on around here. She's being evasive. She knows something. There was a murder in Martinez, he points east. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help. Would you now? She turns to him. I know how the world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. You know something, and we're here to help. Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourself and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon. She shakes her head. I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us. There is not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else? I see, ma'am. The lieutenant turns to you. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway. Ruby was here. You know it. Where could someone stay around here? Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. Her soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it? I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of the goodwill from the village to the RCM. Oh, dang. Yeah. We don't have to pay rent anymore. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police. A key appears from under her apron and she hands it to you. Well, if you're not in the hostel in the morning, I know where to find you. He looks around and adds, here, in a shack. He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. I mean, we did mess it up quite a bit. Hold on. I want to investigate. The door has seen better days. A layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted. Let's unlock it. I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we're done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning. Key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now. The floorboards creak under your step. As you look, the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of the floorboard next to it looks scratched. Move the board aside. The hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Search through the sand and sawdust. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like the outside. Fine dust, and then something hard wrapped in paper. What is it? A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact, fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. This bullet isn't for a breech loader like the murder weapon? The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is? You have enough to confront her with it. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. Old science fiction magazines, books about birdwatching, and almanac from 39. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the windows of this shack. Occasionally the waves crawl underneath the foundation, producing a low hum. Listen. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside it is cold and windy, but you're inside and it feels safe and warm. What is this place to you? A possible resting spot for my fugitive is what it is. Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reeds. Far to the south, a congregation gathers to a soup kitchen and a shelter for the homeless. An old woman gives out knitted scarves for free. Far to the southeast, 2 men and a woman dress themselves in ceramic armor. A shortwave radio hisses on the windowsill. One makes a salute, the other downs a drink, weapons under the bed. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village. Nothing nods, no one salutes him, no sight of the fugitive. This feels like a cozy hideout. Who are you talking to? There's no one here, not even the cold. Thank you for this strange sensation for a fair assessment of the current situation. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice. Revachol forever. You see the waves, the sea, a church. Oh, we can still try to stop the expression. Oh, I could try to shave off my mutton chops. I didn't know that was a thing. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. Is shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your face, nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining your eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'd be looking like a pansy without the chops of fucking pansy. We'll think about it. The bed is comforting if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest, but it's not time to rest yet. Alright.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Yeah, why was there a bullet underneath the floorboards of your shack? God damn that girl, she murmurs softly. A bullet? The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod. Then turns to the washerwoman. You didn't put it there, did you? She did. Gone and hid things there. She shakes her head. She usually a good tenant and not a stupid one either. You rented the room to her. The old woman sits in silence, her hands moving into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge. Slowly, she speaks, wringing out a rag. Yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she been in trouble, or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear we welcome all kinds of people here. When was this? She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. Her wrinkled hands knead a blue rag in the water. What has she gotten herself into, that girl? That is for the police to find out. The lieutenant takes out his familiar blue notebook. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few. You said she left on Monday? Yes, early with the dogs. Around 8 o'clock, I think. She probably heard the lieutenant's kimono drive by and woke her up, just like it did you. Kim, she must have heard your kinema. Yes. That is the downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. His voice is tinged with pride. It lets the bad guys know when you're coming. Is the room exactly as she left it? I cleaned it like I always do. Was there anything else in there? No. It's the truth, sire. Why do you think she left the bullet there? How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun. She looks back towards her shack, thinking. What is she like, Ruby? She is good company, knows how to talk to an old woman. She rubs her cold hands together. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation, so I really appreciate that about her. Did she talk to you much during her last day? No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself. What do you mean? She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she didn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room. Where did she go? I don't know. Further up the coast? She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north. It's a peninsula. She might be trapped. After a moment of silence, she says, "You'll never find her, you know." Her tone is without malice. "She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived." "I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We're persistent." Further up the coast we go, then. "Are you sure you wouldn't rather stay here? Get a nice, cozy fire going in the heater?" She drops the rag into the bucket. "It's clean now. Seems like a better idea to me." "Nope. You can do it. You'll still have plenty of juice in you before you drop." Behind the cinder block houses, old pre-war ruins rise to the sky like dark palaces. The wind calls. I think I'm done with her. "One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on there." She looks around. The air is getting colder. She really means it. It's an honest plea. "She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in." Alright. We'll do what we can, but I make no promises. The street sign is illegible beneath the graffito. A flower trough where nothing really grows. Maybe in spring? Hard to see the details. Colors, all warm and welcoming, are cozy though. Can we not go in? There we go. It feels safe and warm in here, not like the outside. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow. Oh. Alright, I guess we're taking the taxidermy. "Ah, mister!" A young girl, barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She's looking at you with frank curiosity. She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally she twirls it around. "Are you Lillian's daughter?" "Yes! I am! Little Lily!" She gazes at you with her big eyes. "Do you know my mom?" I don't know why, but her voice is like killing my throat. I must need more water. "Yes, we met earlier." "That's nice. My mom is great," she nods. "She's never angry or anything." "What's that thing you're holding?" Point at her toy. "It's Lammy. He's my friend, sort of like..." She holds up the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate. Lammy is a stuffed lamb that admittedly has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing and the fur is tattered in several parts. Lammy looks soft. "Yes, very soft." Suddenly she pushes the stuffed animal towards your face. "Press your cheek against Lammy. Aw. Isn't he soft?" She's right, Lammy is very soft. She rubs the white fur on your cheek and then returns the lamb to her lap, cuddling it. That's really cute. "What's this?" Show her the stuffed bird you took from the ceiling. "It's a grouse," she yelps, smiling broadly. You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken skua you almost certainly broke. "Can I have it? I know someone who really likes stuffed birds." "Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry." "Do you know anyone named Ruby?" Ruby. Suddenly the girl gets all serious and leans in, as if she's about to tell you a secret. "Mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say ooh. Or like, sometimes I can, but then ooh. Kids." Lieutenant shakes his head. "Goodbye." "Bye." The girl's large, curious eyes remain fixed on you. She's adorable. Too cute for this terrible universe. I know. Lillian's twin. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. Kids, have you seen any bad people around? One of the twin looks up, his mouth slightly open. What bad people? He asks. I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without the parent present is going to crack the case, says the lieutenant. Then we're definitely doing it. No, we're not.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man clad in a 2-piece Lycra TM tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends a hand in greeting.
Good to see ya. How's business? How's the old reality situation treating ya?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
He picks up his beer. Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high concept reality-based adventures proceeding?
He takes a sip. He says it like it's obviously your name, like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good, these people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later. I've re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago, but these days are over now.
He looks at his shit-stained Lycra jacket with a grim expression.
Sadly, things ain't going that well in Idiot Doomspiral land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of arse back. No word from my business buddies.
He takes a sip from his beer. Idiot Doomspiral, huh? This is bound to be a good high-concept conversation at last! What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it. That's you! Man, I cannot do his accent. Sorry. Your tequila sunset. How do you know this? We've met before, don't you remember? Nope. You sure don't. Aha! He takes a sip from his beer. You want to know how tequila sunset came to be? Tequila sunset. Something ominous there. Nope, this sounds scary. Suit yourself, Mr. Sunset. We can learn about that later. Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here lately? Can't really remember seeing any woman after losing my keys. It's a touchy topic. He hasn't gotten laid in ages. He really has no idea what this Ruby is, sire. Alright, bye. You too, Tequila Sunset. Alright then. Oh, can I not go that way? A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps, just silence. What did the smoke smell like? Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley, craters filled with a black asphalt. Asphalt first laid is gray already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. Who are the people who live across the road? A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit lottery numbers 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. What about the bus stop? 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats could give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain the cost. What about the road? Craters pocket the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of flow in the trade. There's one bump in the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away. Right at the turn. Wait, a dead dog? That's sad! Tragedy came from the wheels of a fast RMC vehicle hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea grows distant. I hope I didn't hit a dog. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind a boom barrier. A breeze moves the curl of his hair. Hold on. Get 2 signatures for Everart. Hold on. Ooh, I could try to find a loophole in the deal. Okay, hold up. I don't know if I hit a dog or not, but I mean, I didn't hit it while I was in control, because I don't have a car. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and zoning plan in the addendum. Let's try to find a loophole. There is no loophole. The simple truth is that the current residents are going to lose their street access for the next 12 to 40 months, and their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. What are the ramifications of this? Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out. Look, Kim, point to the photocopy. These people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it? I should have seen it. The lieutenant frowns as he reads over the documents again. You say again, but this is the first time you see them because you were not there when we acquired them from Everart. Ooh. Everard probably has eyes on us, but... He pauses to think. We could try to get other people to sign instead of those listed, or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone. Maybe? Definitely not here. I will check out my own badge later. I do want to get my gun back, though. I have so much stuff to do tonight.
Tequila Sunset.
Ooh, I could make them sign it. Yeah. Could you and your pal sign this document? What's it about? He waves his hand apathetically. I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms for whatever the fuck they were. He looks around. Anyone got a pen? Pro's gonna do it. I have this green ape one. Alright. He grabs the pen and paper and carefully scribbles on the dotted line next to Lillian's signature. Idiot Doom Spiral. I need at least 2 signatures on the document. Hey, Abs! He shouts to the mumbling drunkard next to him. Hey, Abs! The man looks around confused. Don't you call Abigail? I need you to sign this document right here. He waves the paper and pen in front of the man's face. It's important. Don't call her. His trembling hand catches the paperwork. He lays it out on his knee and starts writing slowly. The handwriting is almost illegible due to his shaky hands. His friend grabs the document and admires it. Don't you claw, Abuquil. Good job, Abs. Nailed it. He hands it back to you. Thanks. No problem. He looks around for a bottle. Now, where'd I put that? Oh no, we lost our pen. Fucking hard work for the day, man. Don't call Abigail. He snorts and takes a swig from his bottle. The bottle's empty. Thank you for your services, gentlemen. He turns to you. Should we go and mail this? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza. Let's go! Oh, wait. There's some loose change. Kim, why are you standing on the loose change? I need that. Alright. So we need to head back to the plaza and then probably return to Everett. So I'm guessing if we forge it ourselves successfully, we get to keep the pen. Ooh. There's some stuff over here. Traffic beyond the gate. More abandoned motor lorries. Ooh! Empathy glasses. Jamrock biker cop sunnies. Yes, please. The sign says no entry. Someone scribbled an inverted star on it. Ooh, more change. Give me that loose change. Right over here, right? Yeah, right here. The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RCM sticker. Drop the white envelope into the mailbox. Drop the white envelope into the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. And about a week's worth of mail has collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everett. You know he's gonna play you somehow. Alright. Let's go back to Everett. The lieutenant turns towards the industrial harbor. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late. Cool, let's do it. Then maybe we can get our gun back. And if we have everything back, then the only thing they'll have to be mad about is the fact that we crashed our 40,000 real police car into the ocean. Alright, we want to go here. I do kind of wish I could navigate with, like, Wasad. That's okay. 5,000 pieces of 8 for a car. It's so much money for a car, though.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes.
His grin widens.
Now, what can Everett Clare do for you today?
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail. Definitely did that. The golden boy returns once more. Wonderful, simply wonderful, Harry. He claps his hands together like a child who's just been offered a cotton candy. Of course, I already knew this. My friend the mailman confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a real future, Harry, and I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. He nods to the lieutenant, smiling broadly. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun. Nothing's off the table. Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you did it. He doesn't appear to suspect trickery. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in. Can I get my gun now? Harry, I gotta be honest with you. He turns solemn. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done. Hey, Roto. You like Drama's voice? drama is fittingly dramatic. Hey, Lav. Fine, where is it? An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so you watch out. This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy, the one who he described as terrifying. He held our gun hostage at gunpoint. So the gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy. Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made a gun easy to track. He smiles, shakes his head in wonderment. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that. Wild. Anyway. The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me in the Debardes Union. Apparently she was waving around at the entrance of her building. She's waving it around at people. As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for the details, he smiles. Sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry, no one got hurt. Who is this woman? Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous could she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs. There it is again. The Pigs, like Roy said. Not good at all. I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig. A smile flickers in the corners of his mouth. It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction. Can you set up a meeting? I already have. He holds out his index finger. Tonight, starting at 2200, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, he claps his hands. Back to the fun stuff. Okay, we have a busy evening planned. We gotta go talk to the balcony boy at 2100, and then we gotta run over to the old fish market at 2200. Let's see what we can do. Oh, until 2. Okay, that gives us plenty of time. She'll be there from 2200 till 2. More fun stuff. He looks at you. Seems like we already have all the fun stuff to do. Did you order the hanged man killed? Order it? You know, my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You don't know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself, and I'm too fat for that. Why are you so fat? Man, that's a rude thing to ask. What do you gain from him being dead? Why, a war, of course. And what do you have to gain from a war? Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We're gonna start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Have you ever heard of what 2 giant Surrey's hornets can do to an entire colony of bees? They destroy it. I have. It's a great story, Harry, he nods. Did you also know that the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke and dies. He crosses his hands, contentedly thinking about the interior temperature of the wasp rising. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just in Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol and with a public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men or 15 men or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's gonna look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. How is this connected to the strike? Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or in business terms, a dawn raid. Or, wait. He pauses to rub his chin. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give them nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people. And fuck Wild Pines. The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often. So that's why you haven't let Joyce in. Yeah. It's also why I can't let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell a tits from her asshole. She has no chance. What? Tits from her asshole. It's a local saying. Actually, no, it's not. Why are you telling me your plans? Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. We'll change the course of events. We have a significant head start. He looks at the swordfish clock and nods. It's already happening. Alright, well, I don't think I have anything else to talk to you about. I'm kind of wasting time here. Great, Harry. Great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debitors Union. Suddenly there's a sadness in his tone. This, he points to you, then himself, has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together. But if you ever feel like bouncing something off of me, my door is always open. Alright, bye. Oh, what? Oh, it's my breakthrough. Date of birth generator. Oh, that's right. I forgot we were doing that. You were born in the year 07 in the last of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell. In the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die. During a snowstorm, the revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions on the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope. I don't want -1 to all my passives. This seems like a bad idea because I'm not very good at them already. I might forget that one and learn something else. Because I don't really need my learning cap for logic to be increased. I'm going to forget that one. The thought will be lost forever. I think that's fine. I don't need it. Doesn't it lower the difficulty? I don't think so. It looked like it was a bad thing. Too late. It's gone now. I assumed it meant -1 to all of my checks, not to the difficulty, but it didn't specify. Oh, well. I don't know. I want to think on any of these right now. Alright, let's head back across the way and see if we can find Ruby. Oh. Someone has broken down the fence and the barbed wire. Swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time. Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. What happened here? In this yard? The lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance. He's assessing the situation, how long ago it was abandoned. Someone thought they could have a summer house in a block obscure. For cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago. So this is part of the coast is a block obscure? Practically, but it's not an official term in any way, but... He spreads his arms. Look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough on the blocks. There's no place to build a summer house. Maybe they left something useful behind. Yes, for you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and errant magnesium blisters. He gives you a weary smile. It's not meant as nagging, it's just an observation. We should move. I don't think our suspect is in this particular yard. No place to hide, and besides, it's too close to Martinez. The wind is corralled by the 4-story buildings around this yard. Glory says the graffito to the ghosts of us. Someone has left their music collection beneath the tarpaulin. The smallest church in Saint-Saëns. The border reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. Press play on the tape. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Press your ear against the speaker. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Saint-Saëns. Surrounded by an even tinier yard, you almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds, you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trashed your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Could I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this. Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yep, they're all here, all 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands in your way. No, nothing can stop me now. Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. He doesn't say anything. Let's see. Ooh, we got perception boots. Yeah, let's put on perception boots. Ooh, looking good. Empathy and hand coordination instead of... No, I think I'm going to keep our shivers going. What's that? Reaction speed. Dramatize. Kingdom of Conscience pants. Empathy glasses. I think I'm going to change our shirt. Let's put on our logic shirt. Just so we don't look as crazy. Ooh. Birds in the birch tree. Barely audible coos from above. Karaoke time! Yeah, we're gonna definitely do karaoke. But we gotta wait until tonight when the lights are on. But we got our song, and we got a bird to make nice with Gart. We got this. Looking back at you from the rust-colored water, you... Wait, take a longer look at yourself and how you're reflected in that slick chemical rainbow. What do you see? Metaphor. It's always metaphor. Some kind of metaphor for me? This is more important than you. That's the blood of industry you see before you, the runoff from Coal City further down the coast. The engines of fortune once roared here. Great wealth poured into Revachol, the Delta, as did smoke, waste, sickness, life. The engines stopped. The West Revacholian industry base was dismantled after the war. Now, extinguished coke furnaces dot the landscape, a landscape despoiled by industry. Filth! This needs environmental action now! There was a serious dereliction of duty in this cleanup. Perhaps you could dedicate your life to cleaning it up, but you're a cop. You must concern yourself with different messes. Even so, it's pretty to think. Rear tire of a motor carriage adorns these reeds. You should come back here when it snows. It's a strange feeling. It passes quickly. I think it's my shivers. Oh, wait. The water runs from the west. The source is upstream. A broken pipe. Rust-eaten letters reads Mazout. A little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirrup. Bars cover these long, dusty windows. The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in thick layers of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Try to see inside. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it and a small layer of white salt from the sea. Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside? No. He shakes his head. The windows rattle in their frames. I won't even try, you know. He takes his glasses off. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Alright. I don't want to ask him if he can still shoot. That seems rude.
And Mikhail, notice the windows. Especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
The blonde man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You, officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez. I'm Trant Heidelstein. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
He turns to the lieutenant.
Nice to meet you.
The lieutenant nods. Wait, what was that about windows before?
Oh, yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago, so they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulders. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to the worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
The man speaks of the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms, when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again. This man is your half-brother. You feel it, but why? Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language is named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries. Hey, it's Tran Heidelstein. How you doing, buddy? It is Tran. Hey, you lurkst. I could ask him for money. That's rude. But it wouldn't be the first time we did that. I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen anyone suspicious around? No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here. He pats his son's head. So you haven't seen anyone around? No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We've just arrived anyway. There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone. Well, thank you for all the interesting information. No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed. I mean, we haven't hardly discussed anything, but all right. Pick your brain. If anything, this is rather one-sided. He did the talk. Whatever. Another power box. It charges nothing now. It's empty. Fence blocks the path. No way from here. You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops of a long time ago. Now only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says tomorrow is just a whisper away. It looks like tomorrow never came. He races the collar of his bomber jacket. Step closer. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, a broken window set in the walls are cracking and will soon fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic, all these dark rooms. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only ways to go forward is to fail first. Why do I feel I know this place? Indeed. Somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume the money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it. Before, When it rained in Martinez and you felt the cold of the rain, the feeling persists. It has been in you ever since. Could Ruby be in there? In there. She could, or... He points behind you. She could be in that identical ruin over there, or in that boat shack in the church tower, maybe. Why single out this one building? Hold on. There was something about... Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Getting 2 6s is very unlikely. I don't want to put points into shivers. I'm gonna look around first. Ooh. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. Touch it. The cloth, if you can still call it that, makes a soft crunching sound as you thrust your finger into it. Take a closer look. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that it might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left on the surf until someone laid out on the bench to dry it out. Unfortunately, that just means it has stiffened into a shapeless mass. Please tell me you're not taking that with you. Why not? This smells awful. I'm gonna touch it. Yep. Good night, Rhoda. Thanks for hanging out. Why not? It's a guano-encrusted jacket, and you're already carrying around enough as it is. I mean, no, never too much. Gimme. Filthy jacket. Perfect. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. Ooh! Encyclopedia glasses. Mega Beano's prescription lenses. Gimme. A coin-operated weighing machine hasn't been used for a decade. A makeshift route. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk habitable. That tarp will keep out neither rain, nor snow, nor wind. Is there any more we can go over here? Kind of. Ooh, give me that loose change. A big wine canister, open and empty. Moonshine, probably. Smells like tasty fermentation. The smell. It's awful and familiar. Hold on, that is awful. Cover your nose. It doesn't help. You can still smell it. What is it? Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be. Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose. Careful there. The floorboards look rotten and weak. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tulula vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liqueur, plus some Pilsner bottles, too. Better not pick them up, they seem unhygienic. A tragedy. The lieutenant looks at the can, eyes watering from the smell. He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Examine the cigarette package. Whoever tossed it in here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. Examine the kebab wrapper. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revishol. It's no older than a day or two, no mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent, his neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk. Starting with the left leg, the fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but is definitely heading there. Well done. The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life. The VD is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days, no longer. He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket. We need to investigate. Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day and just another dead body. Breathe. Study the man's clothes. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. Search his pockets. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded in 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand. Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done. Study the man. The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still tangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. 40 grams of pure alcohol, 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 spirits? Or maybe it was just dark. Examine his face. His expression is dull like the sea behind him, drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 cm, curly hair, stout build, age, approximately 50 to 60 years. Study the surroundings. There's some dried blood on the metal bench right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Examine the head. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound, it's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him. I don't see any other major wounds, do you? No, just this one at the back of the head. Seems like the head wound was fatal. It is exactly the same shape as the bench. Step on the floorboards. They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was what caused the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. You could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. Examine the bottle. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself. Have a good time. There, all around us. He looks at 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your plastic bag. I prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper. True, it feels disrespectful. Examine the chewing gum wrapper. Rabowski's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. Look in. The blackness of death, stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is in there, solidified on his lower rear teeth. He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is... The man shudders from the cold. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum is always the same. Step back. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back. What should we do with him? I think it's pretty obvious what happened here. From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle. We found him. We should finish this. Alright. We shall first examine the library card you found, then we can call to the station for my kinema and let them know what's taking the case. Sounds like a good idea. Let's go and examine the library card. The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads Central Jamrock Public Library card issued to Billy Magine. Expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member. Look inside. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio Thriller. Stand a Little Less Between Me and the Sun. The last one on the list is The Glinting Curve by M. Thibault. A library stamp indicates that book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre, some thrillers too. Look at the backside. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 00502-55211 or visit us at Marrow Street 78 Jamrock, business hours 9 to 18. Good, he takes a note. We should give some a call from my kinema, see if we can learn anything about Billy Mijan. Alright. Who is this man? Looks like one of the locals. You'd have to know the spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. You look south the way you came. That's just a lazy assumption. What do you think? At least the man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would just be sad. This is an omen. A sign from above. Don't start drinking again. I mean, I'm not planning to. We've been very good about that. A great party beast. Looks like an old drunkard. He looks like me. I could have ended up just like him, dead on some empty boardwalk with a bottle next to my corpse. Well, at least you're not married. Kim points to the ring on the man's left hand, the flesh around it swollen and gray. Or what if you are? But let's not try to run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk. What do you think happened here? Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. You think he was drunk? Point at the bottle. Oh, yes. The lieutenant nods. What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure? No, that's very unlikely. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think the death arrived from the head trauma, not liver failure. Alright. I don't think the kebab is relevant. I only think it's related to all of the lynching. And they have no money to fix anything, so no one's gonna be held responsible for the broken boardwalk. Alright. Coin-operated viewer has been out of order for years. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. Ooh, there's a box. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome. A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone unless you're out of change. I don't need to. I can use Kim's police radio. A dead phone, a smashed receiver. It's like someone hung up too hard. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. A kick drum pulse, the music coming from somewhere on the ice. The sign reads St. Brune 1147. Dusty pews in the shadows, many seem to be missing. An altar shrouded in dark, or something like that. It's too dark to tell. I guess we can see if she's in the church. I really don't think she is, though. I feel like she's behind that Shivers check. Heavy wooden doors are more than twice your height and stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast with the padlock carelessly drilled into the wood. Oh. The padlock passes through a staple that's been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals it's one of the screws. And it's not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently and unprofessionally, to say the least. Should you want to get through, it might be easier to just pry the whole thing off. This is where Mr. Prybar comes in handy. He takes a step back. Maybe we should circle the building first and look for another way. This building has seen enough mistreatment. There's a touch of guilt in his voice. Should we start with that drum coming from the ice? I heard that sound before. Yes, the pulsing bass. He raises his hand to his ear. A sure sign of junior delinquency somewhere east of here. Something on the sea there. Inspect the carpentry. The carving of the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downward, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. Run your hand over the beam. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting somehow. Look at the sticker. You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them. It looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There's something blightingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before. What makes it so modern? It's the contrast between the cheery chemical yellow and the rigor mortis, as if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get a sense of forces of future at work here. Take another look at the boring padlock for absurdity's sake. The cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and staple screwed into the wooden door. Lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Put it in your ledger after the last entry where it begins. On your ledger, right on the cover. On your ledger. Voila! Looks very modern. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to head up the coast first, and then we can head back down and talk to people and inspect music and whatever. These rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. The building before you housed an engine. Must have been a big one. The chain trails off into the ocean. Who knows where? Oh. Door. Unopenable. An old door. And it's a red check, too. Interesting. Worn by elements guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it, while the door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle. What is this thing? Is military, a surface depot of some sort? Used to service what? Probably something that is no longer there. The lieutenant looks at the hunching concrete toad in front of him. Does this structure have been used to take the shot? From here to the welding? I can't see how. He looks southeast and blows down his fingers. The church is in the way. Alright. I'll try to open the door later, maybe. This barrel has recently been discarded. It smells of fuel oil. Cigarette butts cleaned away under a rock. Brand Teal-Mortiri. You take a mental note. Teal-Mortiri. Seems important somehow. Okay. Someone's made a campfire here a long time ago. A rusted, broken control box for the radio tower. The ladder's too rusty to climb. The sea air is eating away at it. This relay tower coordinates boat traffic in the bay. Barely. Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? There's some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower. In the distance, you hear the breakers roar. I don't see it over there. I don't see a person taking a shot here. And hit something there. He looks east over the coast, in the whirling in rags. Look over the water to the whirling in rags. There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, blue from the distance in the air, you see the smallest rectangle barely visible. It's late. There's no light on the third floor of the whirling in rags. No shape moves behind it. Claudia must be out on the town. Smoking, drinking, being happy and elated without you, because you're here freezing in the wind, aren't you? Doing your detective work. What about the cigarette butts? Those, he points to them, a smoking assailant who favors Thierry to Astra or Drunet. Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for old men. Still, you felt it was important enough to make a mental note. This means something. You didn't pay attention to any of the other cigarette butts on the coast. Maybe the assailant climbed the comms tower and took the shot from there. It is not possible to climb that ladder, and even if it were, why? There's no platform there to aim from. Lieutenant looks up, raising his collar. Maybe the campfire was used by the perpetrator? To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. He looks around. Why doesn't Mr. Primary have his own character portrait? I don't know. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful and there's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out B double prime, was it? Alright then, I guess we're ruling this one out. Tiny inlets there, off in the far distance where the posts trail outward. Ooh, a scented scarf gives me +1 shivers. I'll take it. Let's put on our shivers scarf. Oh, but it makes us really weak for some reason. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting I can zoom out like crazy. Ooh, new shirt and some loose change. Hooray. I don't think we can go through the reeds back here. Okay. Alright, we have 2 hours before we need to head back towards the apartment building. There's a slit in the concrete here. A sewer? The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deeper under the earth. What's in there? Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer? Kim, any idea what's down there? No idea. He takes his glasses off to polish. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. Think we might find Ruby down there. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Official sewer system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. He puts his glasses back on. In conclusion, she could be under any building, but not in there. He looks into the slit and sighs. I hope not. Alright. I think we can keep going this way. Yeah. Let's see what's up this way. Oh, hey!
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
It's Moral, the cryptozoologist! We found him! A new shirt, and this one isn't covered with poop. You're right. There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officer.
Is that the police? Why is the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
He's a crypto-fascist? What does that even mean? You must be Moral, the cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance. Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Ah, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damned waterlock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
I'm not gonna tell him the whole story. Nope. The waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gaddy could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gaddy, we can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
He turns to you.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
He refastens a bit of netting that's come loose in the wind. I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen a woman with red hair who seems to be on the run? I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest. The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed. Lena seems pretty eager for you to return. And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. He looks south where Lena would be. My wife understands that just as well as anyone. Come on, Mo, we've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back. And leave the traps? Absolutely not, he yells in response. I won't let Lena down. Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon. I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena. Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers. Really? She sighted the phasmid? She didn't tell me that. Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine. He coughs, then continues. Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon her course now. Another cough into his fist this time. Maybe you could go back to the whirling warm-up and come check on the traps later? No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel? He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting. What if we check the traps for you? He looks at you with obvious surprise. I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Chaos is my method. I am its scion. We're looking for someone hiding on this very coast. Looking for another thing may lead us to her. Why not? The lieutenant shrugs. At least they'll give us an excuse to look into a lot of reeds. That it will. The man cracks an unwieldy smile. That it absolutely will. Hope you brought your good boots. What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps? Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight. He's not comfortable with the possibility that you claim the find, but he's lying about that even to himself. Where are the traps? There are 4 in total. One's to the south, on this little peninsula. One by the boathouses there. It's very near. He points south. Another set in Land's End to the northeast. Find a small sand dune there on your way to the old radio tower after the church. Okay, I've seen that one, I think. Because they look like this, I think. The third is near the canal where you crossed, by a concrete slab. Big thicket of reeds going up slope. And among them, he gestures to a trap in front of him. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe than stupid than sorry. And what do I do if I encounter the phasmid in the wild? That's highly unlikely, officer, but in the event that you do, he takes out a small white spray can. I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent and will last for about a week. Lay it on me, I guess. He douses you with the odd-smelling spray and then gives you a satisfied nod. This is the smell of dying reeds, the longing crumbling into the water. The lieutenant wrinkles his nose. I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water. It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research. He looks at the lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pockets. Alright, well, I'm gonna go do it. Right, what means you two can pack up and go back to the welding. Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance. Someone's talking sense! Thank you for your help. Gary and I will stop breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it. If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later, too. Nah, I'm good. The soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. They still won't light up. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near to the ocean. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes and crumbling. Okay. More loose change. Nice. Ooh, more sunglasses. Oversized superstar sunglasses. And what's this? Oh, hypnogamma. I think I need to put these on. Because we're a superstar cop. No boat in the boathouse today. This section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Ooh, I think it's a trap. There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morrell set before. Same mesh, same wiring. The locusts are crawling around the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them. Big surprise. The lieutenant grins mirthlessly. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. No, it's fine. Say nothing, put the trap down. Look around. Oh, you set the apparatus back on the ground among the reeds. Behind you, the ruins of the residential buildings rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows. This boathouse is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. Alright, I don't think I can go past this. Oh, I can go up here, though. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench covered in rust. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. Hold on. I think I have something for visual calculus. Do I have anything else? Ooh. Ooh, that's looking kind of slick. I kind of like that. $92. Okay. Come on. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet, no sound, no movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. What is this? The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has loaded the rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed. Look at the person standing on the side. The commandant. The one who gives the order. Machine guns fire, crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face. Look at the line of soldiers. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? Look at the people against the wall. A host of men in probably everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Who were they? Collateral damage on the path towards normalcy and progress. Such is your belief, officer. Maybe you should change it. They were praying, screaming. Kim. Who was who in this execution? At first, the lieutenant doesn't say a word. He just stares at the wall. I don't know, he says finally. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by coalition forces. It could have even been the employees of the Veld R&D Center down the coast, as the building was taken over by revolutionaries. You mentioned the coalition forces. Could it have been them against the wall? Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the one who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders. Well, goodbye. A cold sea wind blows away the figures. Behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers and designers of Feld Electric, now collapsed and dead, but for some rats, you feel drawn, for some reason, to the faded mural again. Oh, I know why we're drawn there. She's in there! The sign says, Entre interdit. No, give me the tear. The door is not only barred shut, it's inaccessible. Ooh, a foam peepo gives us logic but minus perception. Okay. A door, a building, a hiding place. Could the instigator be inside? There's no way the perp is here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed. Can I try to get through? Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points. He gave us XP. Thanks, physical instrument. Alright, well, nothing more to do here then. Can I observe this? An old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. People paid money to park here. No one would pay now. Alright, that's the trap we've already checked. Let's go ahead and check this trap. And we don't have to come back here. This is the trap Moral just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality, but let's look around. The reeds hiss and shake in the darkness that has settled over the abandoned camp. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire's gone out. You feel strange, somehow. Reach for the trap. The trap is also full of panic locusts. No sign any cryptozoological beast is inside. Another empty trap, the lieutenant takes a note. More out of habit than duty. How are you enjoying the cardio, Lieutenant? I'm quite enjoying it myself. Always up for a good jog, otherwise I would still be on the case with you. He smiles and raises his collar. It's windy. It's a fair point. We do a lot of jogging. Tiny cages, carefully constructed. Ooh! Money. Okay. So the next one, we need to find the church. Where was that? This way? Yeah, and then head up this way. Somewhere over here. Was it down this way a bit? No, there it is. Man, being able to zoom out like crazy is so nice. This trap's not too hard to spot once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. Look around. The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding a narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold this time of year. There's nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity. Empty as all of them, he pants. One more of these and we're done. His face is red from the cold sea air. He crouches to catch his breath. Getting tired? No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain. It's just, he's short-winded. The sentence ends there. I hope he's okay. Oh, also, don't I have other points to check? So I've done this. Call Alice back in a day for info on the armor's owner. So I can do that tomorrow. I need to report in that my badge is back. I can't get the boots. Determine where the shot came from. Boardwalk and island. Okay. So where are those? This is the island. I don't know how to get there. The boardwalk was like here? Or was it somewhere around here? Okay. Oh, not that way. This way. Also, what is in here? Tools? Oh. I don't want... Nope. We're sober, man. Sobriety's cool. Alright, this is definitely the boardwalk. Well, I say definitely. I'm pretty sure this is the boardwalk. But I don't see anything that we can, like, investigate as far as, bullet residue or shells. I don't even know what we're looking for, honestly. Hold on, let me... I can't zoom out anymore. I was going to try to zoom out more and see if I could find anything pop up. I thought for sure this was the boardwalk, but maybe it's not. Oh wait, not that way, this way. Oh, there's the trap. It takes you a moment, but finally you spot the last of Moral's traps. This one partially obscured by the reeds. Look around. The reeds bend forlornly toward the water. Some tufts have been crushed. The broken stalks sickly pale against the darkness. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant distant song, louder on this part of the coast. Nearer somehow. And there's that cold again, always the cold. The trap feels light and silent. As you pick it up, something's different here. No locusts. No phasmid either, but still. Look closer still. The lieutenant studies the trap with you. Well, the bait worked on something. Doesn't mean it was a reed monster though, unless you see one in there. It's just an empty trap. The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others, like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down onto the ground. I do get the feeling that someone or something may have messed with this trap. He purses his lips. Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but I would be taking this on as a case, which I am not. Yeah, it probably wasn't the phasmid, but still, Moral needs to know. We did sort of promise to tell them, didn't we? He seems to regret that fact. A cold gust of air dries your sweaty face, and you look to the dark shadow of the Feld building in the distance, drawing you to it. What a strange sensation. Once this is done, should you ask the wind again? Maybe. I wonder if completing this task would reopen the check. I have no idea. But I may as well just go complete it. Ooh, there's something here. Scribbled between the thighs of the page to the girl. L'origine du disco. Okay. Ooh, we also need to call in about the body that we found. Alright, inside the Kupri Kinema, we need to pick up the radio. This is Precinct 57. The operator greets you through the static. How may I assist you? Please connect me to the Jamra. Oh, I need to report a dead body on the Martinez boardwalk. One moment. You're going to hear her shuffling through some papers. Can you please describe the body, age, sex, and cause of death? An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 cm, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he slipped and fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him and traces of vomit on his shirt. Any signs of violence? No, it seems like it was an accident. No field autopsy necessary, she repeats. You can hear her quickly typing in the background. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? He was wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found a library card in his pocket. Any information on the library card? It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to someone named Billy Magine. Good, you have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuki want someone else to take the case, or should I assign it to you or someone else? We're taking the case. I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuki. Please follow up on the library lead to identify the men. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That is all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? Yeah, connect me to the Jamrock Public Library, please. Oh no, they're closed! I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We should try again during business hours. Yep. Alright, well then, contact me to the 41st. Just a moment, officer. 10-4, come in, officer. Over. I report that I found my badge. 10-4, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there's no need to issue one to you, and over. Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer? Nope. Alright, we're done. I think that's all I can do right here. That's a shame. Well, it's doing a real slow load. Please don't crash. Does this mean it's time for disco? For karaoke? It might be. Alright, hold up.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Alright then.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Just doing my job, ma'am. Here, I want to give you this small token of my gratitude. She hands you a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special. The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. It's a cryptid! You can ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important. You never told me you've seen the phasmid. Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings. Ramblings? Oh, that's moral. Ramblings. Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard. But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right. Measuring things is important. How did she get the size? You are a child, my dear. Really, it's extraordinary what you're able to describe. Now go on, tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field. Reflexively, the lieutenant readies his familiar notebook. Well, it was summer, she starts. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near the tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one, many times my height, I remember, when all of a sudden... Where was this and how old were you? Ah, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5. In Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there. Alright, what happened? The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know that this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing, and it felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved. Swaying, towering above me. She looks at you. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds. Did you follow it? I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water, and I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in the mud looking around me. Then what? I ran back home to get my grandmother and asked her if the reeds could walk, and told her that they were looking at me. She chuckles. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years it was a story I told at parties, when I wanted to impress boys, that sort of thing. She brushes her hair back. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly, but then I met Moral. We were on a date, can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed. It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind. The way it moved, the color, how some of its limbs were like marble. He breathes excitedly. It matched perfectly with what I knew from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say she restored my faith in my profession. He looks at her with admiration, forgetting a wide smile on his face. I don't care. Thank you for sharing this with me. You're welcome, sweetie. Well, I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just... She sighs. Such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm. And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud, anywhere. Alright. Can I tell you now that the trap...
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He gives you a gruff pat on the shoulder. He tries to play it cool and remain professional, but inside the man is itching for some news on those traps. So I checked all the traps. Good. Okay. He breaks his calm. And one of them was empty. Completely empty. The cryptozoologist's eyes grow wide. Yes. There was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid. No locusts, but no phasmid either. That's not ideal, but... He rubs his chin. The old woman's face lights up. It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought. She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them. Of course, the detective whispers to himself, more clever. Yes! The Phantasmodia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news. Though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps to make them more secure. His companion sighs. Another trip into the reeds. You love the voices? Thanks, Islander Caper. I like to do voices. Let's see. It's not very scientific to reason backward from a conclusion you want to be true, or I don't know, I'm not persuaded. I think I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to go right out and say it. It's not very scientific to reason backwards from a conclusion you want to be true. I appreciate your concern, officer, but please leave this to the experts, unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. His tone changes. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Revachol is yours. Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened? Thank you. It is an honor, he says with a straight face, then turns to you. We shall probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but... I insulted him. I guess I did kind of insult him. Helping cryptozoologists isn't really priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window impatiently. I'm gonna get going and put on my interfacing stuff. Ooh. Volition. Oh, that's a cool tie. I like that. Alright, I know these are my interfacing gloves. Do I have anything else for interfacing? I feel like no. Well, we'll just try it with our interfacing gloves.
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of a new trap.
Dang. You have your suspicions, but nothing you can form into a viable explanation. Okay, I've been thinking. I'm just not sure that it was the phasmid that took the locusts. The cryptozoologist froze his heavy brow. Really, officer, we can take it from here. Yes, sweetie, we've already taken too much of your time. Alright then, bye. Oh, we need to talk to Moral and give him a bird. Hey, bud.
Can I help you?
He arches an eyebrow. Gart, I found a new bird for the whirling. Give him the ruffed grouse. What is this thing? The man takes the stuffed bird. Hey, it's no biggie. I just thought it would look nice in the wall. I'm that kind of cop. What? The interior decorating kind. He inspects the bird somewhat suspiciously, then mellows. You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird, a competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque I have, and a new bird in the establishment, I guess? He hesitates. So, I don't know. Thank you? I'm gonna go with thank you. People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem. I feel good about the work here today, the lieutenant nods. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals. It's not actually about that, but he liked it. Gart, I need to sing karaoke now. No, you don't. You need to approach this situation logistically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it. I'm sorry I insulted you. That bird is very lovely. Why do you even have the PA system if no one's going to use it? It's for the... He begins confidently, but then stumbles on his own words. It's for no one. It's prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44. It's not a prop. It's for your clients. I know it's used. Okay, yes, it's for some clients, he admits reluctantly. I'm a real client. I've paid my bills and I have the right to use the karaoke machine. Ha! Well! He comes up with a counter-argument. We don't have any tapes! They all got stolen. Oh, it's alright. I have my own song with me. Give him the tape for the smallest church in Sense. The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape and you've just given him and he begins to frown hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses. Fine. Fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing and just get out of my hair. He shakes the tape at you. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine. I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Bye! Alright, hold on. We need to put on our very best performance gear. We need our superstar sunglasses. Let's see. I don't think we have a dramatic coat, unfortunately. But we have a dramatic bow tie. Drama +3 is pretty good. Ooh, let's put on our fawn gloves because those are fancy. And a ooh. I don't know if I'm feeling that. What about... Ooh. Okay, I think yellow pants. The boots. Ooh, the naval coat's very fancy. Let's put the bag down. Yeah, I think I'm feeling all of this except for that. There we go. This is going to be our look for singing karaoke. The great karaoke catastrophe is not going to be us. It's time, please. The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly. We have a 92% chance to get it. We should be okay. So you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel. We're not going to test the microphone. We're not going to look around because that's just going to make us more anxious. Let's just do this. The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in Saint-San, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
We did it! We did the karaoke! I like that it was our ancient reptilian brain singing. A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you. I want to dedicate the song to the RCM. Please don't fire me. I want to dedicate it to my partner, Kim. Lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away. Good, good. The cafeteria manager intervenes to cut the moment short. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now. Last words. Say nothing. Leave enigmatically. This feels right. You belong here. It's because we're a superstar cop. We did it! We did a karaoke! He sounds completely different if you fail the check. Interesting. Well, I'm glad we didn't fail the check because that was nice. I might have to look it up and see what the failed check is like. Though who am I kidding? It's not like we're not going to play this again. Ooh. There's something down there. The musty smell of a potato cellar in spring emanates from the air vent. Okay. We can't solve the murder. Hold on. Where's my shivers stuff? Hey, Jim! Thanks for hosting. Hello and welcome. I think I have one other thing that increases shivers. I thought I had a +3 for it, but maybe I don't. Oh, also, filthy jacket. Interact. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. Man, how did that jacket get so disgusting? It's a sordid and filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? I'm gonna think about it. How's it going, Jim? It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. Ew. It smells like a dead sea creature tangled in gray strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore. Gross. Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. Ew, ew, ew. Flick your hands. We damaged our morale. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out. Well, great. Finished with some crazy stuff that happened on your friend's server. It was nuts? Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. Wait a minute. She's a washerwoman.
The policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
I found this jacket, but
can I
it's
help you
filthy.
with?
Can you wash it for me? I can wash it for you, she says after looking the jacket over. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long? Sure. I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day, the lieutenant says, rubbing his thigh, because we've been running around all day. Yeah, I'll wait. Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Oh, it's a foam windbreaker. Fancy. I must say I am proud of this one, she nods, handing the jacket back to you. It's pretty nice underneath all of that filth. I hope it'll have an easier life in your hands. Alright, thanks. New coat. Service for a game called Arma 3. Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with it. Basically, you got wiped off the Earth by nearly 70 cruise missiles to end off a bad server crash. Oh, jeez. I don't know why, but I felt like I want to ask the girls something else. Why do I feel that? Are the twins outside your brothers? Yes, she frowns. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. Suddenly, she starts snickering. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart. I guess they do look alike. She continues laughing. Lammy tells them part. She waves her fuzzy doll in the air. Why do I feel like she has more to say? I don't know. Okay. Bathing is a help run it, so I had to tell everyone we cannot play till you do restart and refresh. Is this broken at the moment? I mean, I guess it happens, right? Full of holes. Could they hide treasure? Look inside. Ooh, first we're gonna look at this. A school of fish huddled around the fence post. They scatter into the dark. Before you use the drawbridge, it can only be lowered from the other side. So much treasure. Can I go this way? Oh, I can go under there. Okay. I don't think I've been back here yet. Okay. This one's gonna take you till Friday to fix. Oh my goodness. Mission settings are all messed to heck. I don't run any servers, so I wouldn't really get it, I guess. Must have taken a lot of patience to do this. Oh, I guess stack the rocks? A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs makes you invulnerable to the cold. You bet this one likes to party. How goes the detective story? We're on the tail of a suspect. But I have to use, my supernatural skills to find out where she is. But it's going okay. Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat? She looks up at you, distracted. Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder. I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
Come to think of it, I should. Where would one get a hat around here?
I don't know. Some kind of store? Maybe a general store. Look, man, fuck the hat.
She pauses to think. What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law. I'm not gonna do an authority check. I don't care. Is that kind of language really necessary?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
There's a pained expression on her face. She'll answer your questions now. Have you seen a red-haired woman around? No. Just no? It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast. Long shadows, short shadows, quiet shadows of local children, loud shadows, drunks, and also a shadow made of sticks. You breathe on your hands for warmth. What's your name? Estelle. Her hair is dyed blonde with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below the timidness. And your surname? Boy. I'm from the police. It's for paperwork. Failing authority checks tends to lead you to waving Kim's gun around. That sounds like a bad idea. The last time we touched Kim's gun, basically we lost half of the chat to going, you know what? This is a big ol' oof. We're out. Okay, well, She hesitates. It's Burger. A very common name. You have little reason to doubt that's her real name, but she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she? What's that device you have there? This. She breathes on her freezing fingers. It's a portable recording device. It's for field recording, low quality but still. And the wires? Actually, just the one wire. I picked on it until the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. What's a contact microphone? I know what a contact microphone is. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice. Your mangled brain would like you to know that there's a boxer called Contact Mike. Thanks. What am I supposed to do with this? No idea. How does this thing work? The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up the vibrations from the air. The box said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble. Oh, where'd you get the mic from? Same place I got the recorder from. The Elysium. What's the Elysium? Oh, man, you haven't been to the Elysium. Whoa, what happened to her accent? Jeez. Oh, man, you haven't been to the Elysium. She forgets herself for a moment. It's the coolest place in the whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Oh no, I hope you feel better soon, Jim. Have a good lurk. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck. Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though. Sounds interesting. Who's this Arno guy? Oh, yeah. She looks at you over, assessing your age. I guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck, or really be a Elysium-going kind of person. I get down. I don't know what that means. I grind. I don't know what that means either. It means I'm hip beyond my years, lady. That's cool. She breathes into her fingers. Looks like she doesn't know what to say. You're right. Time has deserted me. Or never mind. Let's talk about that contact mic instead. Sure. Actually, I have some non-mic questions for you. What are you doing out here in the cold? Recording, I guess. And what is it you're recording exactly? I think I'm recording the cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps, too. Not sure how that will sound. She scratches her forehead. Wait, what happened to the headphones? My boyfriend sold them. What for? I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life. A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious. And what are these recordings for? The cracks, the footsteps? The musicians in the Elysium use them for making music. They loop the stuff, cutting the tapes together. Then make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Just nod. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be like a music place anyway. She rubs her shoulders and looks around. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too, but I don't have a synthesizer. She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill the hours with joy and escape is turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden. Take this, you're cold. The lieutenant begins to take off his jacket. No, man. Fuck that. I'm cool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck. He's okay. The lieutenant backs up. He throws you a glance. Now this is where a hat would come in handy. Yeah, maybe you're right about the hat. You said it's supposed to be a music place. What is? That, she nods towards the church. The boys think it could become a place like the Elysium or something. Stupid, really. It's really... She pauses. Not gonna be a Elysium, that's for sure. The boys? Yeah, Andre and the guys. They're inside in the tent. And why is that? Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside? They got too much stuff crammed in there, no room. Stuff like what? Music stuff mostly, like this tape recorder but bigger and there's piles of it. You mean like those headphones your boyfriend sold? Yup. She squints her eyes a little. They were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those. Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze? The stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. I have some other questions. We're more likely to fail this. That's it for now. She says, okay, bye. Do we have any empathy clothes? I feel like we don't. Oh. All right. Well, we get +1 from the coat.
Hello again.
28. May as well give it a try. We might get those double sixes. Oh! Cool. I wasn't actually expecting that to work. The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo Omicron adorns it in yellow plastic. Its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands. I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice feeling miserable at your age or at any age in this weather waiting for it to get dark. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It's easier to live in their failures with this by your side. Tap on the tape recorder. The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her. It is not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you now. What is? Her shoulders shake a little. Let's be honest with her. The dark. I know. Her teeth rattle. She takes the device from you and places it in her lap. I'll stick to it. After a moment of silence, she speaks again. So, thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? You said eating me? There's nothing eating me. I'm the best person ever. Come on, I can tell. She shakes her head slowly. But okay, be a boyadero about it if you want to. I guess there is something that's been making my life hell. What is it? She listens intently. Plight of the working class. Everyone mooching off the entrepreneurial class, shackling the doers. Foreign people taking our jobs, or why is it political? Why can't I talk about my memory, or how my notes make me want to kill myself? People just keep putting their selfish interests ahead of the greater good. Oh, really? Yeah, no one understands that sometimes you gotta make sacrifices for the sake of progress. It's all very distressing. So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress. No, that's probably not it, is it? No, it sounds like you just got some chick issues. Hey, RJ. Now that you mention it, I found these letters that I thrown in the trash and they might have something to do with it. Okay, why do you think that? They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them not make me feel good. Well, there you have it then. Chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she? I don't remember. Really? She appears to believe you. You seem pretty upset about this, Chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? I remember her scent, and that's all. Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. She rubs her sides for warmth. Are you sure the letters were for you? Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted to them so strongly otherwise? How come you don't remember, though? Is it, like, some selective memory thing? I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk that I completely erased all memory of this world. Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too. It's obviously she's done a lot more than booze. Or it might just be the psych bullshit, you know, Congston wank. What is Congston wank? You know, the psych thing they've got going on it there. Rich people like it. People in Coniston are mostly rich. You know, I'm not sure this made things any better. She nods. Yeah, I'm sorry. Might be for the best to just keep that shit forgotten, actually. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch. Alright, well, I'm gonna leave because I gotta go. Oh, hold up. I'm gonna look at things over here. Painted with pastel. Someone's trying to bring cheer to the world. And we can put down that drawbridge. Trash from some unending party. Pull screwed into the ice keeps the tent erect. More tribalistic markings. The post is covered in little humanoids. A pane of eternite has been planted in the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough. Push it over! The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk. Cool. Shortcut unlocked. Now we gotta cross back over and go talk to the balcony boy. And then once we're done there, we'll come back here and depending on what time it is, we'll either try to get our gun back or just, I guess, keep nosing around and maybe try that shivers check again. I say again, we haven't tried it for the first time. Okay. I think we need to go this way. Ooh. In the dimming light, some things become clearer and artistic impulses hold on. I think I have something for conceptualization. A dress shirt. Anything else? Lounge jacket. Oh man, we're looking so fancy. Alright, well, we're slightly more likely to succeed than not. Let's give this 50-50 a shot. It's just an ordinary wall, nothing to see here. Why am I looking at this wall? Because you see it finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors. Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into your thoughts and your brain. All the other walls in the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft. Color peeled from the very face of God, more. Oh, Wallfather. Kim, I must paint this wall! Add even more beauty to it! Huh? He sounds tired of it all. You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's red. And Cindy the Skull has the paintbrush this is on. I already have the paint. I just need to get the paintbrush from Cindy the Skull. He sighs, then adds in a resigned tone. If you must. Alright, we gotta get a paintbrush. You hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette. His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds. It feels like a Friday. He seems in such a good mood tonight. We got your hint. Found that key right under that stone.
Beautiful.
He replies, smiling. As he looks at you, something sparkles in his eyes.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That is what I'm aiming for, yes.
Beautiful.
He says again. A nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you, and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
He nods towards door 28. By the way, I'm really digging the view here. Point to the city skyline. Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place. He looks away, his cigarette end glowing in the dark. Martinez is special, isn't it? Wait, suddenly you're digging things? The lieutenant whispers to you, shaking his head. What? Am I not allowed to dig things? Is it Friday tonight? It feels like Friday. Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Such gentle weather. Anyway, I'll talk to him, but first I want to talk to you. I have so many questions. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me. He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush. Besides, I've got to run. But I've just found you again. Just look at it. He gestures towards the distant motorways all leading to the Golden La Delta. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this? A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club. Music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly. As the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body. Only if you promise me that we'll talk again, it's important. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words. We'll talk, the smoker assures you, brushing his hand through his hair, just not tonight. Take care, all right, he says with another disarming smile before slipping off into the night. And he's gone again. Looks like it's become a theme for him. He's always leaving. Why is he always leaving, Kim? Well, nos detective is a mystery, he says, turning his face away from you. He knows something! There's something so different about him that I just can't put my finger on. Different, of course. His shirt. Why is his shirt always unbuttoned? His shirt. The lieutenant squints, trying to hold back laughter. His shirt! His shirt. He's trying to dive deep into the mysteries of his shirt! His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned. His mouth tightens as though he's trying to hold back. Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember? He nods at the apartment door before you. Oh my goodness. I love my conversations with Kim. Kim is a treasure. What is good in like questioning stuff? Let's throw our esprit de corps thing on. Let's see. Logic, maybe? We shouldn't need physical instruments, so we could keep our shiver's tie on. Perception. Yeah, I think that'll work. Ooh. A quarterly business magazine. An empty ashtray. Dishes soaked up in a pot. Flyers for underground parties. Dates open for lectures at a local university. Ooh! A Samaran conical hat! Yes, please. An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. A party dragon silk robe? Okay. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. An old photo of the same apartment dated year 01. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers.
Officers of the Reversal Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks. You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior? But he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Villedron. I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sir Leclerc. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I'm here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
Hanging? What a drag. He seems like a cultured gentleman. You should ask him about the finer things. No, I'm gonna just get right down to business. Hello, Mr. Vilderone. Let's get started.
Of course. Let me just say, it has been an emotional week for me.
He forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air comes in from the balcony. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods for you to proceed. You actually witnessed the lynching. I am sorry to say I did, officer. The man gives a solemn nod. He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than he even knows. Start from the beginning, if you don't mind. Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play. He holds out his hand and blossoms his fingers like a drama teacher setting the scene. The lieutenant is already scribbling down notes. What do you mean, like in a play? It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead one by one. That's when I understood I should not be seeing this. The lieutenant nods to you. That lines up with previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective. Thank you, sir. I think we got the picture. Anything else stand out? Only that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark. And that it was quiet, he says, smoothing over his hair. Quietest lynching I ever heard of, let alone heard. But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of the men and women serving in the Elysium is well deserved. I guess we could ask him some questions about him, but it doesn't really feel necessary. Also, I'm curious about the friend. Can you tell me about your friend? Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra. And life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Still haven't told me who he is. Sorry, who? The man throws a quick glance to his watch. Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about him? But I told you, officer, he is a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is the cornerstone of our civilization. So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. Which arts? He is truly a free spirit. He likes all the arts, perhaps graphic design, printmaking. Who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. Okay. How did you two even become friends? How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening in the Insulindian Isola. Oil platforms are blazing tonight. Civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is forced to step in. What are you talking about? No one becomes friends that way. Au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too. I don't think this is a relevant question, because the only reason he's here, I think, is to meet with us. And I don't want to ask about Kedra. Something else in mind. I am a liaison officer. What's an official like you doing in Martinez? The coalition is only looking for the price stability. He raises an index finger. Inflation is a killer, like heart disease, blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires an international oversight. Yeah, I do not care, thanks. A moment, officer. Do you have anything else you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have a chance to speak again once you leave. Hold on, why can't we talk later? It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. He pauses, and I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well. It's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night. Fair enough. I don't like that we can't ask him if he heard a gunshot. Well, that's the only thing I really care about, so I'm done. Of course, I'm glad I could help. Alright. The curtains shift just a little. Someone is watching from within. Wait. Okay, I want to go see if I can find Cindy and get her to let me use her paintbrush. Wait. Oh, there's something there. Book 16 Days in Coldest April. We got a book? Waves crashing in the distance. A shift in temperature, the air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. Rub your sides for warmth. A former architect stands before a slice of window. A room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to -20 Celsius. Her face is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression. The plan. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with a neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down. Look around yourself. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off of a three-legged stool into the middle of the room. She had an eye for beauty. Hey, Golden!
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Cindy, I'm gonna need your paintbrush. Wait, hold on. Ooh. So you won't talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim's missing armor. What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Come on, Cindy, help me out. Oh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you just this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. Could that girl have been little Lily? It's not a bad place to start. I know the little girl in the village, little Lily. Could have been her. Small kid with a giant white armored hands. If you seen one of them, you seen them all. There weren't any other small girls in the village. Cindy, I'm gonna need your paintbrush. What for? For art. It's for art, okay? Well, if it's for art. But, her eyes narrowed to slits. What kind of art are we talking about? Everything is sad and shit. We need art to make it okay. Just give me the brush. Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. Can't have shit art on my conscience. You'll see. You will all see and tremble. Yeah. Not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. At everything, really, she quickly adds. Okay, we can only do this once.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Is that bed in the cool room yours? Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal. Don't you have a real home? Does anyone? In a city like this? She replies wistfully, looking around. It's not the nicest place, but I guess it'll have to do. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. She looks at the paint dripping down the wall. Like me, right now. I'm doing nothing at all. Really? You're a miner? Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. Cool, I have other questions. Aware of Cindy's living conditions, +1. Alright, catch you later, Cindy. Okay, we have about 15 minutes until we have to meet the pigs. I still love that Kim complains about all the running that we do, but I don't stop running. Okay, so I think we might go check out the billboard. Oh, do we go north here? I think we go north here. Yeah, up here. Found the empty trap, reconstructed the execution. Let's put on our Shivers stuff, because we have a couple. Oh, are we already wearing it? Shivers +2. I think we're already wearing all of our Shivers stuff. Because we get one from the tie, we get one from the coat, and I don't think we have anything else that gives us Shivers. gonna save it here. Just in case it ends up being that we can't retry it after things go wrong. Very unlikely, but come on! Nope. Suddenly it's all quiet. No shiver gear. I have 2, but that's it. There's no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down or gone beyond a corner. You only hear distant waves washing the coast. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. What was I even attempting to do here? Trying to talk to the wind? The city? Whatever you thought would happen did not, and now you're just standing there in the dusk hour with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire, a trick for when you're out of ideas? Turn to the lieutenant. She could be anywhere. How do we find her? How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. The lieutenant sighs, then gets a hold of himself. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. He looks north. We already scanned most of the other areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography at least. And then there's the church. He looks at the bell tower. If I were a murder suspect, I would not hide in the most prominent building here, but who knows, maybe she's reckless. I know, the supernatural is shunning me. Or spiritual, she could be looking for refuge. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. And if that fails, if we don't find her, then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure we'll come to that. He looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling across the chasm. Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. What is this building? Some sort of industrial ruin. I don't recognize the name of the company. R&D used to mean research and development. It looks long abandoned. Alright. Well then. I guess it seems like solve. Ooh. There's definitely something there. Yeah, that's where we're gonna go. Winter, slow to let go of Revachol, flecks some more wet snow from above. Look around you. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. How does it feel? You're warm in your coat, though your cold, damp hair sticks to your head unpleasantly. You should have a hat. You survey the landscape around you. What is in the west? More winding coastline lined with abandoned buildings, crumbling piers, salt water lapping their dark piles, gray and red forgotten city blocks. What remains of the pre-revolutionary efforts to gentrify the coast? I talk to the wind, but the wind is not here, I know. And beyond that, the waters turn black, Coal City in the shadow of Saint Martin. A boom town, back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet. What is there? Below the old mines? L'Ossuaire Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery, Les Petits Rats, the brave the underground passageways trying to get into Le Royaume. Le Petit Rat. Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics their parents let them, they go deeper. deeper. After rubies, malchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from the Safra and Sale during times of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, grand old Philippe, Guillaume II, and even the mausoleum of Philippe the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special purest of the pure magenta cocaine favored by Revacholian royalty. How can it be pure if it's magenta? How can it be pure if it's magenta? Snow falls and there's no answer. Some things are not for mortals to know. Wipe the snow from your shoulder. Few petits rats return from the shafts, and even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of a black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces, and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water. It's in the east. The canal you cross to get here, and beyond it Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off of their windshield. At the roundabout, in the midst of the statue of Philippe III, serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds. That's all. Like all monuments, it is also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king. And further. A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off of its hood. Clean white light coming from the windows of a clean, cube-shaped office building hidden amidst ruins. A secret. What's in the north? The abandoned church. One of 2 remaining stave churches, which were collectively called les Sept Sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the Revolution. And further north, a serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby inlet. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather is foul. And on the islets, the remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock, a tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles across the debris, looking for new shells. Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection. Way beyond Martinez, a popular spa destination for ample-bodied or zone kids with equally ample pockets. And on the other side of the inlet, then there's a zone, but the snow falls too thick and you cannot see that far. Before that, before the curtains are drawn. The Bay of Revachol, vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest, water, air brinier than here, is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos, Wild Pines, Zam, Morin. And, at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of coalition warship Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if he were to rise up against the market. You shudder. What is south? The raised motorway, 8/81, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. The south of the 8/81 is the Pax. The Pax was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during the measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone had avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pax is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roam in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off, but still. Heavy drug users do slip through the hole. Oh, slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace. Further south, a line of motor garages with armored carapaces, hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work patching up bullet holes in the side of a Coupe 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill that serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance. Around you, snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells. No, it was home. I want more. The stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Kuklov has a snow-covered stall there. In the market across the bridge, he sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning. That's nasty. Snow falls on the utility district. The library, the florist, the Samarizian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens and the chop shops of the Zemelyaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake, there's a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed towards the seafloor, looking for something like whiskers. For what? A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand underneath your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind. What is below me? Layer upon layer of sand, poison with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers, rat scuttles. Tell me a secret of the sands, wind. Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You'll probably never happen across it, but who knows? A concrete pipe underneath the boardwalk. Where's Ruby? Near. Snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There's a hum in the air. She could be in the church. But then why does that sign have that shivers thing? Stomp your feet for warmth, brushing off the snow, and finish the thought. We should keep moving. Who knows when this snow will let up? Alright. I think the fish market was up here. Maybe not. Alright, well, let's see if we can get into that church. The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering up a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is. Squeeze in.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
He points his thumb at the lieutenant.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents. Once you get used to the food poisoning, the kebab shop is probably good. Ew, 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 but no, ew.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
He gestures for you to squeeze in. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent, plus a trace of ether. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled. A big speaker, the kind they use for live music. A pile of nasal sprays, brand name Nosifed Ultra. You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand. His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse. Noid.
The young man with the earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
He yells. The tape player high above his head continues to blast strange music.
Together with Acel Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
He means they haven't set up a single one yet. Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in. Also for talent. Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
Was there something you wanted?
Yeah, it's a matter of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
Finally, someone who understands the plight of narcomania. Play cool. You might have an ally here. Narcomania. Nod thoughtfully. What exactly are we talking about here?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads? Burnouts.
He angrily spits on a screw, then starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Reversholt.
Strike that, the world!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those. I won't stand for narcomaniacs of any kind. No narcomaniacs on my watch. Shake your head gravely. Yes, yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky. What exactly do you mean, spooky? How often does narcomania come up in this game? I criticize Klasia for her narcomania, I think. And because we did that, now it's come up here. I think. Or at least it's come up in a way where we're like, hey, we're against narcomania. Let's do it. What exactly do you mean by spooky? I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring the church into a community center and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't heat or clean the building. It's just gonna collapse. Get the impression that some subjects crop up more if your character shows an interest. I think so. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. He turns to you. So, you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter, getting them out, whatever spooky stuff they're doing. I'm not sure what the Ecclesiastes meant with their property for. I will look into it. Tell me more, because I need to get into the church anyway. Happen to watch the only stream where they're talking about narcomania, I guess. Alrighty, man. He claps his hands enthusiastically. Andre is obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchange giddy looks. Did you put the padlock on the door? Yes, I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation. I had to do it in a hurry. Not the best work, but should hold for a while. How long have those people been locked in there? Not long, a week maybe, he shrugs. How can you be sure they haven't starved to death? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on, I'm at 90%, maybe 85 sure they're still alive. Jeez. Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned a term involuntary manslaughter in there. And Andre, do you know what involuntary manslaughter means? Yes, I do. Listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, that is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're still alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't even alive in their entire lives. That sounds like nonsense. You're right. It is nonsense. Total garbage. I knew you'd see through it. You're one smart cop. I get by now. Where was I with that padlock? Just give me the key. Of course. No, I'd give the officer the key. Oh, gosh. I'm so bad. I'm just gonna let it drop and then pick it up. Alright. The speed freak dips into his belt pack and produces a yellow key. He then makes a sudden cool, infused move, tossing it in your general direction. Let it fall to the ground, then pick it up like a normal adult person because I'm real bad at catching stuff. Noid watches you pick up the key with a smirk. Right, other questions? Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let us do it. Who exactly are the people inside the church? Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Better safe than sorry. Any more you can tell me? Yes. He leans in for emphasis. There's also the machinery. When I first scouted the place back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, I came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there's all these strange machines lying around in there. One of them had wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it. Andre, tell him about the feeling! Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark. No, the other one! Which other one? I'm not in as tune with my emotions as you are, Egg. Felt like silence. Awful silence. But you haven't physically seen anyone? Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church a couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. That's kind of it. The woman. Red hair maybe? A lorry woman? Sure, why not? Yeah! But not really. The other one adds, brown hair, old, heavy, dark signs. What Noise said? Ruby's gone. The woman's someone else. Dang. What about something watching you? Like, you aren't alone, you know? It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean. Not human? As in a ghost? Do you know what he means? It was this dark shape climbing inside, upside down along the ceiling like some kind of crab man. A crab man? Yeah, you know, like the way it was climbing up and down around the ceiling like crab. The other one agrees. It's stuck in a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior. Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls. You sure there was a crab man? Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone all that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there. You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab. There probably is no crab man. Don't let them draw you in with this nonsense. How can you be sure they're burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't even seen them? Well, honestly, I can't, but I am. This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he's attempting to weaponize idiocy. Wow, you can't, but you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire. Hey now, he furrows his brow. I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. He makes a little quotation marks with his fingers when he says technology. Where do you think the drugs come from? Alright, tell me more about the machinery. You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign for them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably. Very likely. Alright, let's talk about something else. No. Be careful, officer, and tell us how it goes, yeah? We'll be here. Noid. No, that's Egghead. Oh, so you're annoyed. Okay. A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Waushi tape player. nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says,
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega!
Say nothing.
Internally coherent!
Still say nothing.
All core! Alright! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in a very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feeblish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. So hardcore!
Is it though?
He stops dead in his tracks, tilting his head to the side. I was just thinking that a moment ago.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life.
Could there have been a right way out of the Garden of Forking Paths, do you think? Solve the egghead puzzle. What? Ask me some way to talk to this person. You just haven't found it yet. It's definitely not about science. What if you just try again? Find your way out of this maze of things to say. Not right now.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid? Good.
Skin shows through the holes of the speed freak's too large sweater. In front of him, an open toolbox full of carpentry tools and parts.
It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading.
He runs a hand through his hair, which is combed back in mock seriousness, and continues to fiddle with some gears. Oh my goodness, I don't care. You know what? I don't care. I just want to find Ruby and get my gun. I don't care about signs or the machinery or whatever. Not very hardcore of you. I'm not a very hardcore kind of cop. I still feel like what's her face pigs should be here. Oh. That looks bad.
Put your hands where I can see them.
The aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for the megaphone.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands right now!
She screams into the megaphone. Scavenged battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket. Fear under threat! Fear under threat!
Her eyes fill with terror.
Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground. Get on the goddamn ground!
I wasn't taking anything out of my pocket.
Get on the ground! I want you on the pavement right now! This is the pigs! Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
In her mind, the cavity search is happening. As long as she's saying it, it appears the things she says are very real to her.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
No. You have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do. You're not the police. We are the police. Back up. She lowers the megaphone halfway, but immediately raises it again and screams, "Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!" I'm a detective with the 41st Precinct. This is my partner from the 57th. No, the crazed woman mumbles, shaking her head. No, no, no. I thought Mr. Gareth. Suddenly, she raises the megaphone because it's a woman and screams, "Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!" There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here. "What is the situation?" The lieutenant hesitates in addressing the woman. "Officer." "Law enforcement compromised!" She screams into the megaphone. Red and blue lights illuminate, the spit flying everywhere. "Impersonating a police officer!" Does she not believe you two are actually police officers? "We really are cops. Look, my badge. Take out your badge and show it to her." "License and registration!" She repeatedly bashes the megaphone against her head, then screams into the bloody mouthpiece. "License and registration! Call me in dispatch! Sector, azimuth!" It's not code, just disjointed words. "Please identify yourself, ma'am." "It's the goddamn police, shitbags!" She yells into the microphone. "Hug the pavement! You're under arrest!" As she waves her hands, you notice a familiar-looking ampoule in packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs? Are you on drugs? "Confiscated contraband!" The megaphone makes her voice almost painfully metallic. "Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!" "I don't think she's on drugs," the lieutenant whispers. "Being off drugs might actually be the problem here." "We can solve this peacefully. Please lower the weapon." "Officer in need of assistance!" Her eyes dart between you and Kim. "Suspect at large! Get on the ground!" "Ma'am, please." The lieutenant is trying to maintain eye contact. "We want to help you, but you need to lower the weapon." "Let's just talk, alright?" "Disturbance reported! Authorized deadly force! Sector, take the shot!" Her head snaps at you. "Big red key! Big red key!" Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this. I have to try to get my gun. Oh, dang. I did not expect to pass that. Alright, this is how we do it. You hurl the tear bag in her face, already darting right, and then immediately close the distance. Left hand grabs the barrel, right one breaks the wrist. No, that won't be necessary. Look closer. The gun. All 3 barrels, red and blue lights shining through. It's not loaded. Kim, I'm almost certain there are no bullets in that gun. Huh? The lieutenant studies the swaying firearm. My god, I think you're right. Ma'am, the weapon you're holding is mine, and I know it has no bullets. What? The woman looks at the weapon in disbelief, her eyes suddenly reddish with tears. She looks straight down the barrel and squeezes the trigger. Wait! A click. Nothing happens. She looks at the useless weapon. This isn't police issue! Police weapons don't have bullets! This isn't real! What is this? The gun lands on the wooden planks and tears run down her scratched cheeks. Police guns always have bullets! What is this? Why did you sell me this? Grab the gun. Right now, this might be your only chance. Hey, Outro, thank you so much for raiding. Hello and welcome. No one ever cares anymore. Her voice is growing fainter as she rocks back and forth slowly. Why would they cheat me like this? Poor woman. The lieutenant holsters his pistol. We need to figure out what to do with her. Nobody's ever around, the old woman mumbles, staring blank at the boardwalk. Nobody ever comes to visit me. Welcome back, Outro. How was your stream? I'm sorry this is how life turned out for you. Gently touch her shoulder. Your scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there. Short but good. I'm glad you had a good stream. What do you think is happening to her? She's in a stupor. The lieutenant replies, inspecting the catatonic woman standing in the dark. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. But why was she like this in the first place? Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. He lowers his voice. Dementia on Channel 8. And loneliness. Neurodegenerative disease. We did notice her hands shaking from it. Could be, he agrees. Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we going to do with her? Should we just arrest her? I don't think there is any need for that. In her current state, without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. It's a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. I was really hoping I could give her one of those station calls. That's so cruel. Yeah, Titus seems like the man for the job. Then we can ask him once we get back to the Whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done. As you turn to leave, the faintest of voices comes from the woman. Please, leave the radio on, she mumbles. Seems like a reflex, a half-remembered sentence. Reflex to what? Being left alone? She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and flashers now. Maybe if you search her once more? The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under the mountain of Elysium paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them too. No, I'm gonna pick up the cap though. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of Elysium paraphernalia. It's my hat! Oh, is it yours? It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. Maybe. Probably. You know me. Lieutenant nods. Is your hat. I'm not gonna shake her. That doesn't seem like a good idea. You don't just shake people. I don't want to take her narcotics. We're not a booze cop. We're not a get high on everything cop. Okay. We need to go talk to Titus. It's like almost midnight, but he might be there. Not this way. It's this way. I really wish I could run around with Wasad. I really wish I could. I hate, like, I'm spam clicking, and I hate that I have to do that. Or, like, I wish I could kind of click and hold to direct my motion. Taking her narcotics probably just leads to consuming her narcotics. Maybe. That's definitely what our electrochemistry would like for us to do. I would prefer not to do that. There's an auto hotkey script for one-click running, is there? They've already gone home. We'll have to talk to them tomorrow. That's a shame.
The smallest church in Sansean, right?
The cafeteria manager is waiting for you to acknowledge that he recognized the song. Yeah, the church is actually my love. Things are really bad with it. Cool. He really does sound like he thinks it's a little cool. Now, what can I do for you? Nothing. I was gonna ask you if you knew where Titus was, but he's not here. Yeah, there's really nothing I can do for her tonight. That makes me so sad. I don't want to just leave her out in the cold. I guess I'll have to talk to him tomorrow, though. There's even a Diablo-style running mod. How does that work? I have not played Diablo. Holding the click. Yeah, that would be fine. I wish that was an option. I wouldn't mind that. Maybe I will check out the mod later. Mod was released after you finished the games, you didn't know about it. Fair enough. That sounds like it would be a nice quality of life improvement, though. Oh, church is over here. Open the padlock with the key. The lock turns easily. You hear the click as the shackle pops open. Feels like electricity in a very small piece of nothingness. Let's go. The lieutenant nods at you. Pull on the doors. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city. It's awfully bright in here for being nearly midnight. A strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not wrong. No one tells me what to do. A grotesque wooden figure looks half finished. Also, we should check out our hat. +1 authority. I'm gonna wear it. Because it doesn't have any drawbacks. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. Bark beetles? No, it looks intentional. Some long forgotten style. The blackboard is filled with complex equations. They look recent. Cold wind blows in from the broken gallery. Makes your skin crawl. Portable Harman Waushi tape recorder. Is it possible it's recording something? Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna. 2 decks of reel-to-reel tape spinning on empty. A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figurines on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity. Another radio computer, says the lieutenant, stepping closer, and this time it's already turned on. He seems cautious around the machine. These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks, alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful. We should probably let it be. It's becoming clear there's no trace of the suspect anywhere in this church. Wait, just let me investigate it. Step behind the computer. You see a fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. I mean, they don't look diamond in the portrait, but okay. You're free to proceed. Look inside the compartment. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on on the side says in a black marker, log February, March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. Print, nothing happens. Play. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air. Good evening. Fortress accident on St. Brune. This is the East Insulindian repeater station 1. Please repeat. Is this a personal log? This is a human interface. A retired person sitting behind a switchboard somewhere. What's the personal log? The filament you have inserted into the core. Oh, you mean the glowing thing with the tape on it that said log February, March. I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Is the personal log? Probably. Good. Repeat the password. Let's look around. There's no use in trying to guess the answer. I don't know the password. Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Nope. I don't think so. Sleep well, Fortress accident, she says, her voice disappearing into a whirl of static. I just found new shoes. They're empathetic shoes. A spider spun its web around the wood-carved pillar. A cracked pane of glass, colorful. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. A figure drawn in frost on the window depicting a deer. Ooh, we got a scarf. A mask banger silk scarf. +1 pain threshold, sure. Alright. The silence in this part of the church is almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. Wait, I think I hear something. And then it's gone, almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is detached from its source somehow, if not blotted out right. Truly unusual. You can hardly hear your own breathing. Yell as loud as you can. Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. Stomp your feet and clap your hands. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total somehow. Turn to Kim. What's happening? The lieutenant points to his ears, then shakes his head. Then he leans closer. Can you hear anything? Not really, but it's extraordinary. I've never experienced anything like this. I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics. His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed in this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises? I don't know. I don't think that's right. Whatever it is definitely real. Something odd is happening around us. The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can see him tense up next to you. Let's look up to the bell tower. Well, we can give it a try. We'll probably fail, because I'm not wearing... I mean, I am wearing one of my perception things, so it's possible. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely into the darkness of the tower overhead. Come on! Yeah. It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and is making its way toward you through all the other shadows. On the ceiling? Yes, the darkness makes the ceiling feel infinitely far away. Follow the shadow's movements. It's not a shadow anymore. It's becoming more substantial as it gets closer. The shape of an animal descends. Officer, is there something up there? The lieutenant follows your gaze, attempting to see whatever it is that you are seeing. Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Where did it go? Right here! You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it? The shadow is a man? But a man made of the same stuff as the carpentry of the building. Wait, what? He's studying you intently. Wait, what? The crab man. Hey, who's there? The man leans forward a little, fixing you with steady, unreadable gaze, and then speaks.
I bet your alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You've come to the right place.
The accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk, and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol. The right place for what?
Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of the bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
The lieutenant whispers to you quietly. I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks, and maybe the ceiling climbing too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Sheesh. I'm a policeman, and I need to talk to you about police things, and I don't know anything about no alcohol use.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, eh? I can smell the control. All the way over here.
His eyes remain fixed on yours. I mean, hey, you know what? I haven't drank anything in 3 days. I'm fine. You don't know me. You know what it's like. There's something white pursuing me, white and very sad.
I was like you once, just dragging my feet to the next bottle. Shit was dark, Holmes.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
For some reason, I feel like you have a point.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes.
His voice echoes in the cold air of the church.
This is the church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
He sways gently on the beams, waiting for you to take it all in. You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? 'Tis not an act, my liege. Saving, perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot. Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub. The ones on the tent outside, right? I seen them. They think they are scared of me. Do they have a reason to be scared? Nah, man. They look pretty funny, and I don't harm no one anymore anyway. I can't do a Hispanic accent. So what do you think about the nightclub, that is? Why not? They wouldn't be bothering me none. I'm usually way up here imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company. He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think. Do you know where the other spooker is? Pointed at the strange machines around you. The other spooker? Oh, is, Vegeta. Muy estudiosa! He laughs. Don't know, Holmes. Vegeta is grandma? Wait, so there is another person living in this church and it's a Vegeta? No, I just call her Vegeta because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. He scratches his head. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear. Wait, what if it's Ruby? No, she's supposed to have brown hair though. The lieutenant seems to be thinking the same. He takes out his little notebook. Did it ever seem to you she was hiding here for something? You mean like a fugitive? He glances at the abandoned radio computer at the other side of the nave, pulsing with light, then he shakes his head. No, man, quite the opposite. I don't think she cares much about authority or anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines. I see. The lieutenant seems content with the answer. And where is she now? Told you, Holmes. I don't know. How can you not know when you both live here? Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on that computer now and then. We got different interests. Alright, so you got nothing to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who is she? I'm afraid not, I say. You just have to wait until she comes back, or... He shrugs. Or search through her radio computer. Have you by any chance heard the Vahita say the password to her radio computer? Too many times, they say. You need it for something? Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety. I'm doing a survey of passwords and passcodes identifying regional trends, in the interest of public safety, of course. Don't sweat it, Vato. The password is afterlife death. What do you think of that? Makes me almost pity la nihilista pequeña when I hear it. Alright, thanks. I think we're done here, I say. The figure crawls off into the darkness above. That was an interesting conversation. However, I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here. Yeah, well, can't hurt to try, because where else are we going to look? The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it. Alright, I want to do the computer first, and then we'll take a look at this big old hole. Alright. The speaker comes to life, static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver, an old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old. Good evening. Fortress accident on St. Brune. This is the Eastern Selenian repeater, Station 1. Please repeat, is this a personal log? Let's try this again. I think I might have the right password for the personal log. Good. Please repeat the password. Afterlife death. Good. I've unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress accident, is there anything else I could do for you today? Nope. Sleep well, Fortress accident, she says as her voice disappears into the whirl of static. Print! The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. Ooh. First entry made on the 4th of February 52 by an unknown author is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used a crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans in closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath. 4th of February? That is over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while. Read the second entry. 6th of February, 52. Had a little chat with a local fisherman. Said I shouldn't go near that place. Said the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It is a little spooky, alright. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. Read the third entry. 7th of February, 52. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking Esker series, something advanced. What would she need an antenna for? Radio waves. Read the fourth entry. 8th of February, 52. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called CMO for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislaw started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking for money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. Writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused the data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right. Data loss? It seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. He adjusts his glasses. Let's just keep reading. Read the 5th entry. 12th of February, 52. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow at 8 a.m. The strike. He strokes his chin. We're nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what that radio anomaly that sent the person here in the first place. 25th of February. Artist only code, never play RPGs. Actually, there's a section of this game, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but there's, when we were exploring the basement connected to the bookstore, we found this room that was for, basically it was where a bunch of people were trying to program an RPG that you played on these radio computers. It was kind of cool. 25th of February 52. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in the disappointment, but I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sounds. Need to get some mics. Interesting. Is she talking about? The lieutenant looks to his right toward the silence. Read the 7th entry. 20th of February 52. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. It seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here. The pillar of silence! She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than an architectural quirk? But what could it be? Look at the water basins behind you. Hope they're in a creepy basement. They're also trying to summon Satan. Didn't seem that way. The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. Read the 8th entry. March 52. Oh, there's not even like a date. Like a proper, like... We don't know when in March this is. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music. One neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I didn't want anyone distracting me from my work. She must be describing a cell. The girl on the ice? Sounds like oh yes. 9th entry. March 52 again. A new 2-meter aux cable, noodles, crackers, ping ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum, also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. Suna the programmer! Hi! A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine reboots.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
We're looking for a suspect in a murder investigation. We thought they might be hiding here.
No one's hiding here.
She barely looks up from the keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now, please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her. after she has rebooted the machine.
The lieutenant whispers. Okay, while she's doing that, I will inspect this. This game world would absolutely have EDM, electronic disco music. Absolutely. In white, silver, and apricot faience? What is that word? Faience? The young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She's impossibly tall, oval-faced, and sad. A dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you. It covers you from the wind outside. The oceans feel distant. Its ebb and flow blocked off by the centuries-old pinewood sarcophagus around you. Cold air seeps through the cracks in the glass, cooling the sweat on your forehead, makes you shudder. The woman looks down at your kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye. Of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive. You. It's compassion. Why? Because I want it to be. As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Do the same as you get up. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles, distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass. This is Dolores Day. Yes, he looks around. I wasn't sure before, but it must be the Delorean Church of the Humanity. In Martinez, it's called the Small Pinewood Church in some records. You knew of this place. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. He lowers his voice. It was built long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago by the first generation settlers. On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago, where only animals had roamed before in the wild reeds. What else do you know? There used to be 7 slave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they called them, the 7 sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building material. We should be respectful here. Although the building appears to be deserted, I do not believe we'll find the instigator here. Something else, perhaps. He looks at the machinery lying around. Respectful? Is Lieutenant a follower of DeLoreanism? There it is again, a small pang of guilt. It's time to ask him what happened before. Do you know why it was abandoned? I have a theory, yes. There's a pause, then he continues. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces. Who conducted this raid? Well, your station was involved that year, although I can't be sure. How come a lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information? You're not sure? 3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them. I don't remember being here. I'm pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters. If I was here, I should find out what I was doing. Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now. Kim, are you a follower of DeLoreanism? Yes, we all are. Our name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin. She looks like a lever. I didn't think you were spiritual. It's not spiritual, it's constitutional. The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance. I'll do these in a minute. I want to talk to her because I don't know if we'll have another chance.
What is it?
The woman is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine. I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
It doesn't look like a big loss to her.
I'm at work and can't stay, but here you go, superstar. Don't be sorry about it.
Hey, Chris, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Much appreciated. I'm sorry you're stuck at work. But thank you for popping in and thanks for the bits. Are you the lead programmer on Weirl Untethered by any chance?
Yes. Or no, not anymore. That project is dead.
She thinks to herself. I said not to be sorry. How dare you? It's one of our capo types. I can't help it. She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized, rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back. Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Sona Lukanen Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how can I help you.
She turns back to the terminal. Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager. Have you seen anyone suspicious, say a woman named Ruby? What? No one suspicious around here. She has not seen her sire, 'tis true. Why are there so many machines in this place? Bet a lot of things are dead. What do you mean? I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything. Why do you need an antenna? I use the AR-1 as my RAM prefix processing unit. I don't understand. RAM prefix is my radio computer, she explains. So what is what the pale really supernatural? I don't know what you mean.
Yes, what is it?
What are you doing in an abandoned church? You really like those questions, don't you? There's a hint of amusement in her tired eyes. I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask questions. I am conducting a scientific research here. You can't throw me out, she says, ready to stand her ground. What research? I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world. Wait, what? She's looking for disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows but doesn't say anything. Wait, is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal? Yes, that is what led me here. She stares at the burnished antenna on a nearby table, but I suspect that it might be something a bit more complicated than that. A hole in the world? What does that mean? Exactly what does it mean? There's something frantic about her as she locks gazes with you, eyes shining like pearls. Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is, because it is impossible to measure nothing. What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist? She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer. Easy. You measure it by the world around it. You measure it by collecting data on its surroundings, on what exists. Exactly, she nods. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well. She grows silent, staring at her circle of basins. It looks like some sort of ancient ritual. Do you have any idea where this hole might be located? You sure like to talk missed opportunities. Would have liked an option for I'm an RPG character exhausting the dialogue tree. Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume. She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch black heights above, but without much success. Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark, most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Why there? There's this place at the back of the church, place where all the audible vibrations seem to cease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record. The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk? Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place. This is where the Crab Man lives. I know. You don't think the Crab Man might be somehow responsible here? No, I don't. You said the research isn't going well. Why not? Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... She stops mid-sentence. You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Well, that's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world for now. Great. Her hands are a whirl on the keyboard. Thanks. How do you feel about anodic dance music? What? She squints her eyes. I hate it. I bet she hasn't even heard it. Oh, okay. Wow, that was quick. Why do you hate it? Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to be a sober mind, it sounds just like uninspired rug weeping. No idea what it is to do with either dancing or music. Right. But how do you feel about a club for anodic dance music? This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? She looks you up, shaking her head. I got some news for you. It's not nightclub they want to build here. What do they want to build then? Take a guess, why don't you? A youth center would be nice. The lead programmer sighs. I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks. Good luck, the lieutenant notes. I am not... Oh, jeez. That's not your voice, Kim. I am not going in there. Okay, well, I will leave you in peace. Okay. I got shoes, I got a scarf. I need encyclopedia and or visual calculus. I want to reconstruct it first, I think. $92. Come on. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text, a leitmotif below them both. Words. Blah. Too many words tonight. What shattered the mosaic? Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned, or just hooligans looking for something to break? Who is this older woman? The Escuticon, what is that word? On her throne says Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses holding a golden Reichsfell in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her Innocence Day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to her, to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, farriers, stand in a row guarding her. Must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. The motto, what does it say? Below the woman, in luminous black letter, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. Which means, and I'm sure this is going to translate for us, after life, death, after death, new life. Or the life of the new. And then along the left side, Après le monde, le gris. Après le gris, le monde le nouveau. Which means after the world, the gray. After the gray, the new world. I mean, that's not what nouveau means. Déjà means again. Life again. No, new life. It's different. If it was déjà or encore, that would mean again. But nouveau means new. So that's a slight mistranslation. After the world, the pale. Interesting. So apparently the gris is the pale. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of the Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking, a tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death. Lieutenant, this used to say after life, death, after death, life again. He nods. After the world, the pale, after the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in DeLorean sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the Elysium slogan. No more, however. Why? It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral interrelated motto. We're already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. So what's the motto now? Justice, union, prudence, and force. Not very feminine. Not at all. The mother of humanism towers above you, a wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression. Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is Her Innocence Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived. No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. What exactly is an innocence? The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. A ruler? More. An innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times by the entirety of history. The legal system of the Royal Belt is built to accommodate innocentic rule, should it coincide with our time. Wait, what does that mean? The legal system of the Royal Belt is built to accommodate innocentic rule should it coincide with our time. I don't know what that means. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions, they are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway, only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office. Okay. So we don't always have an innocence in office. That's what should it coincide with our time mean. That if there's an innocence in office, then they rule us. Otherwise, it's whatever goes. Okay. Is one in office now? No, we are alone. Okay, when did she rule? 300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Mundi, she is, among other things, the innocence of the interisolary travel and the connected world. Otherwise, it's just evil apes duking it out. You know, same old, same old. What else do I know about her? Many things. You know, she was a woman of the court, a wife of an influential Marquess, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern day Sur la Clef. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Okay, but what else? Was she smart? Terribly. Women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A similar grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. How come? It was on her advice that Irene la Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history, the DeLorean age. Wow. Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest, which is why she's holding the glowing lungs. Or not really holding, but like why she's portrayed that way, I guess. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting in her already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Riel Belt. Interesting. I want more. As did we all. The lands of Mesk and the Occident are an even faraway supramundi. Altogether, 21 of the 40 mondial nations of the time immediately accepted Innocentic rule, even before her crowning. Her crowning? In a city called... Oh my goodness, these words. Advesperasit. In Vesper Messina, her homeland. The name of the city means evening comes, but it happened on a winter's morning, with the canals frozen and slush falling out of the sky. She was dressed in white and pearl on an emptied-out plaza, with the crowd far away. Already her Theriers, the Secret Servicemen of the Innocents, were worried about an assassination attempt. Morley Grey Monkey Knife Fights! Hey, Party Wipe Games! How's it going? She must have been beautiful. Oh, yes. She looked like humanity's younger mother, a perfect mother, insultingly beautiful. It was as if her face and shoulders and hands were covered in a soft down of underfeathers. You know this well. Very well. Midwinter snow was beating the cobblestones around her. A small attaché of officials stood by as her Theriers placed a white gold wreath on her head. The crowning was mostly witnessed by Secret Servicemen. Then what? One of the men in the Secret Service killed her 22 years later. A young man who had come to suspect that Dolores Day was not entirely human, but something else. What? Something that had walked in our midst, watching us stumble for hundreds if not thousands of years until it decided to interfere. Interfere in the course of our history. We were supposed to come up with it ourselves, the man was reported to have screamed at the Innocents. Dolores Day was shot in the chest with a fowling piece 8 times. The man, thought to be insane, said he once touched her and her body had been unnaturally warm like a furnace, and that sometimes while on duty he observed her forgetting to breathe for over 10 minutes. This inhuman quality was witnessed by many others as well, glowing lungs and all. It is commonly attributed to mass hysteria and religious psychology. Was there something terrifying about her? Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it, but although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her Theriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there was the resentment programs. What happened? The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of the upstream Megrit were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb, in icons such as these. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of Pisantic mare in interregnum? I don't know what that means. Little is known about her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography. Officer, you stood there for over 5 minutes. The lieutenant's calm voice echoes in the cold air of the church. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? War criminal! Glowing lungs. That's fucked up. Yes, glowing lungs are quite unusual. After that one time, they have not been reported to glow. He takes off his glasses to clean them. You know, this church, the coast, we shouldn't linger. Finish what you came here to do and let's move on. This isn't a good place to get lost in. Alright. What do we have in here? Oh, right, our gun. We are not equipping that. Nope. And we have a book. Alright, it's like 12:30 at night. We should probably get to bed. And then that'll probably have to be it for this stream. Because we'll need to sleep and whatever. I guess we could try shaving our mutton chops. I don't know if we should or not, but I kind of want to try. I just don't want to, I really don't want to mess them up. But it's a check I can retry. I'm just curious if it'll improve my face. Because it's kind of a mess right now. Part of my brain said 12:30. She lives in the Atlantic Ocean. And I realized that was in game time. Yep. Oh, we gotta remember to talk to the little girl tomorrow because she has the gloves. Alright, this is where we part ways for the night. It's getting late and it's snowing. Time to call it a day. Good night, Kim. Send him away for the night. Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning. Wait. Hold up. Before we go to bed, there's one more thing I want to inspect. And we had to send Kim away for this anyway. We have to hit on a lady. If she's still awake. It's pretty late. She might not be awake. There she is! What do I need to flirt with her?
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
She nods. Is that your boat? Sure is. The sun, I call her. Caught her with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Sunny days? Catch a snowflake in your palm. Aye. She looks at the snow melt in the water. Sunny days. You got a problem with that? No, ma'am. No problem. Good. 'Twould have been bad news if it turned out it wasn't a sunny day at, midnight. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the net, bad news for the kids. There's a moment of silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat. When do you think it'll be ready? There's something I might have to check on one of the islands. The origin of a shot. Shot, huh? She gives you a short nod and replies, the boat will be ready when the sea turns and the winds settle. You can come if you can't command the weather, officer. Waves wash the sand. A skiff moves across the mirror-smooth sea, far away from here. A lone passenger, a fast sloop in the distance. White sails. I mean, it's not that far in the distance, like literally right there. My prediction, it'll be at least 2 days. What do you do around here? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring the little skiff. What else? I sell the fish to the people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants, authentic Insul Indian cuisine. Is that enough to make a living? Sometimes I also walk the beach, see what the sea's given up. The sea's full of surprises. Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. Interesting. What have you found? Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies, human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. She looks at the beach and continues. Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general. Most of the time just wood and glass. Alright, major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It'd be weird to say them all. Choose wisely. I don't care about the drugs. Do I care about the mine? What would I use a mine for? I need to know about those human bodies. Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. She shakes her head. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch. Hold on. Can I improve my suggestion? This is going to be the last thing we do tonight. Let's see what we can do. Okay, don't wear this hat. Good to know. Alright, let's put on our superstar sunglasses just because they make us look like a superstar. We'll put on our sexy naval coat. Alright, that's literally all we can do, I'm pretty sure. Let's double check. Yep. Alright.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
She's to go on a date with another drunk. Badly. I can't believe it! Superstars always wear their sunglasses at night. Yeah. You think she really needs more of that after her man died at sea? But what do I do then? What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? I'm listening. Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic. I'm a drunk. I don't know if you've noticed, so I usually ask people to drink with me. I have, and I don't really. She hesitates. You just want to go for a walk. What kind of monster doesn't want to go for a walk? Walks are innocent. This time, though, I thought I'd ask you for a walk. Just a walk? She feigns extreme surprise. I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Please, please, come to a sober walk with me. She's thinking, eyes mapping your rugged features. Where would this walk take us, officer? Ooh, she's interested. Nothing creepy, strange, or out there. Keep it airy and simple. There's a nice view on the beach I found. Point northwest, Land's End. All right, I will walk with you. She raises her finger. But you need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking. A good old-fashioned walk. I like it. Me too, she replies with sudden sincerity. It's been ages when I just had a normal conversation with one of you guys. She means men. I do, yes. A stroll on the beach sounds nice. She nods. All right. I guess I'll be seeing you at Land's End in the evening when it gets dark, all right? She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready. All walking, no smooching, Harry. Okay, we gotta go. It's after dark. I'm coming. I don't know if I'm gonna need to like go in somewhere to make her like spawn up here, or if she'll just be waiting for me. Ooh, I found her. We gotta save it. It's very important that this goes well. Suddenly date strikes without warning. The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again. Tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes, and only then spots you approaching.
Aye. So here you are. It's late and it's snowing. The snow is... well, it's not really snow, it's slush.
She extends her hand and catches a snowflake in her palm.
Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
I got dimples! Oh, that's cute. She turns to face the sea once more. Across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered distance, towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast. You seem surprised that I made it. Look at her. I'm not gonna succumb to those thoughts. She chuckles. Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. It's a rock star thing, tardiness. Aye, you're the starriest of them all, she says with mock seriousness, then bursts out laughing as she turns to face the sun reflected in the waves. I mean, it's again midnight, but sure. Her laughter is throaty and warm. It rhymes with the waves and the cries of the gulls. As she turns back to the sea, the weather begins to clear under her steady gaze. Here it comes, she says. So fast as to make it seem like the weather turns to her command. Wait, did you just do that? Me? No, she laughs. I just grew up on the sea. know which way the wind is blowing and all. Knew the weather'd clear up once we got here, otherwise it would have been a less pleasant stroll, nay? The moon, reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay, is mesmerizing. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. It's not just the glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air, River Esperance flowing into the bay. Isn't it strange? She breaks the silence abruptly. For this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us. I mean, you know, if the sun were out and all. You know, the best time to go out fishing is usually towards sunset when the water's warmer. The sun, were it out, would also fall on the Capeside tenements and the war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else, shaking you out of your reverie. The sun isn't always that great. Think of the people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water. Is that why you named your boat the Sun? Oh, well, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition. And a little bit of conceptual unity, too, with it being yellow and all. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to just enjoy the view. There's salt in the air and the cries of gulls and the skuas. The grit of sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still, your gaze always returns to the streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected. Their fading opulence. It's bringing us spring, summer, the entirety on our side. Oh, it's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are. For absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be? Well, something's got to be on our side. Oh, no. I was not dressed for conceptualization. Oh, no. She nods. I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team. There's an interesting lilt in your voice. Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from Ubi Sant. Not a lot of sun there, I hear. Although I've never been. The wind ruffles her hair, silver streaked in the moonlight. I'm going to try. Please. I'm honestly relieved. Here we go. 2 different approaches to cap this off with style. I don't like either of these. I think I'm gonna say the first one. Stare into the sun. Yeah, a massive thermonuclear reaction 5 billion years old. The sun's a god. Aye, she nods. And a benevolent one. When did you last have one of those on your side? Do I talk about my lost love? I think I do, because I need to heal. When I had my love with me. Well, now you have that giant thing to watch over you, so to hell with love. She smiles. You know, the wind's gonna pick up soon and I have to go, but... She takes her sword out of the scabbard. The blaze shines in the gathering dark. Then she hands it to you. Have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I have no use for it anymore. Are you sure you don't need it anymore? No. The men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me. Think we can do this again sometime? She smiles sadly. Doubt it, but thank you for the company. Aw. This is as far as it goes with her. You need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more. That's fair. She doesn't trust us not to relapse. Well, thank you for coming on this walk with me. Farewell. She nods to you and turns to go. But we got a sword. That's cool. She brought a sword to your date. She's always carrying a sword. And also, she didn't know she could trust me to not be a creepo. As she walks off, the wind picks up and the light from the sun seems to fade. The crumbling silhouette of the felled electrical R&D towers in the distance, beckoning. Well, that's gonna have to wait till later because it's almost 2 a.m. and we gotta go to bed. Also, I want to check out that sword. Where is it? Is it a tool? It's a tool! Equip this to impress yourself. I'm doing it. I got a sword. I'm so cool. Oh, I need to be over here. Alright, I'm taking off. If a lady brought a sword to a date with me, I'd either be terrified or marry her. Maybe both. I wonder if we can use the sword to open the ice chest that's all frozen shut. Oh, she's here now.
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around like some kind of cross-country law official.
She observes. I still have a case to solve. I guess you do. What's on your mind, officer? I'll be seeing you. I just wanted to say goodnight. That was nice, though. We had a date. We got a sword. We're going to try to shave. Ooh. I was not expecting to succeed that. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. Oh, that looks nice. We just need to fix our expression. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. Feel your clean-shaven cheeks. Oh, that heals our health. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if it came from a cold bath. Was shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace. I need to get rid of that. Oh, I get a +1 from shaving. Okay, hold on. Let's put on our electrochemistry stuff. I have a couple of things that are good for that. I think either pant, yeah, either pair of pants are fine for electrochemistry. Okay, we have +3 from our lovely outfit. Come on. Ah, dang. We were off by 1. Oh, that's so sad. Still not happening. It won't come off that easily. How many points have we got? We got a load of points. We could just put something into electrochemistry. Let's give it a try. It's like something snaps in you, a nerve ending, a thought, a sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the leer that had distorted it for God knows how long. And just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become, a sad old man looks back at you. Aww. Well, you know what? At least our face is more normal. Sleep. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and the sheets warm. That's so much better than our humid bed. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
And better than sleeping under that boat, you're not wrong.
Recorded in you forever on ferrotape.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the potted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The rain, the snow, I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right. I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off your lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world, one conversation at a time. Next time. Oh, that's right. We slept in that kimono. It's fine. We look beautiful. I'm gonna call it talk to little girl. What's the other thing I wanted to do? That's the main thing I want to not forget to do is talking to the little girl. Also ravers. Okay. Help the pig. Also that. Oh goodness. You guys are going to have to help me next week. Hold on. We'll say ravers and Titus. Okay. Make sure that's in there. Yep. Talk to little girl, ravers, and Titus. All right. Titus makes more sense than her fake name. Yeah, because we had to go talk to Titus about getting her some help. I don't even know if she's still going to be there. But if we tell Titus that she needs help, Titus might be able to like hunt her down and get her some help. At least that is the hope. All right. I was hoping that we'd find Ruby today, but oh, we also have to call this station. I have so many things I need to do that I need to not forget to do. Because we need to call the station to get the follow-up on the armor to maybe identify who it belongs to. And also, the library opens at 10 o'clock and we need to follow up on that dead body that we found. Better make a list. I tried. Fortunately, there is... Name it a third time. There's a quest log in there. We can just consult that and hopefully I'll remember to do that. Okay. But that is going to do it for us for today. Let me get some music on. Been lurking for a while. Can't sleep. I'm sorry to hear that, HD. But thanks for hanging out, and I hope that you'll be able to sleep soon. Or at least get some rest. Come on. Yeah, there it goes. All right, let's go ahead and roll those credits. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging out and watching. Special thanks to Crizzle for the 200 bits. Much appreciated. We don't have any mods in chat right now, but Storybots, thanks for being my bot. Red Skulls, thanks for following. You pushed it up to 900 followers. Thank you so much. Dead Sea Peaches, thank you so much for the resub. 5 months. Thank you so much for the 5 months. All right. So, we'll be back tomorrow with an art stream. That'll be fun. I'm thinking I might limit the number of stream doodles that I allow per stream. Because as much as they're fun to do, I do actually have some work to get on. So I'm going to be probably working on some commission stuff tomorrow. Thursday, more Baldur's Gate Shadows Vom. I don't remember what we were doing. Side quests, making money, getting magical items. Work's more important than fun. I do have work I need to get done. So yeah, we'll probably be doing that tomorrow. But I do still want to do like some stream doodles because I want you guys to be able to spend your points. I might just put like a little limit on them, like maybe a certain number per stream, so I'm not doing like 12. And then on Friday, I'm pretty sure there's still going to be no D&D because Phil is still out of town. So we'll be probably just continuing our playthrough of The Witcher. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how it goes. Alrighty. Let me drop some links. So if you're not in the Discord, consider joining the Discord. It's a great place to hang out with all these people when I'm not currently live, and it's the best place to keep up to date with stream news, like schedule changes, if I have to cancel the stream for whatever reason, game updates and changing games or polls and all that stuff. So join the Discord if you would like. I also do have a Twitter. You can follow me there if you want. I literally pretty much just tweet when I'm going live though. If you want to check out my art, I do have a Patreon you can check out. I have my first painting up there, which is pretty exciting. I'm pretty happy with that. I need to also post it to Instagram and Twitter. I just haven't bothered to yet. But I guess I'll do that. But yeah, patrons get special rewards, so consider it if you'd like. I also have a store. I just need to have like a shill command so I don't have to do this every time. And then last but not least, I am a Humble partner. So if you're looking for other ways to support the stream and you're going to buy something off of Humble anyway, use that affiliate link. It's a great way to support the stream. Alrighty. So yeah, that is going to be it for us tonight. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. I'm going to leave you guys with some tunes. Have a great night. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.